Venire di posto, così in un minuto o due possiamo cominciare. Grazie. Buongiorno a tutti. Siamo felici di avere posti in piedi e un po' di brusio di fondo per trovare posto. È molto meglio che una sala vuota e silenziosa. C'è qualche posto libero qui alla mia sinistra per chi volesse. Raggiungerli ovviamente non è un problema. Dunque, buongiorno, benvenuti al secondo congresso umanitario di INTERSOS. Welcome to the second Humanitarian Congress organized by INTERSOS. I will say a few words in Italian. They will probably be the only words you will hear in Italian this morning, which, since we have quite an international audience today, we are very proud of it, because it helps us expand our vision and our vocabulary. So thank you so much for coming. Innanzitutto permettetemi un ringraziamento a Roma Capitale, al sindaco Roberto Gualtieri, che ci hanno ospitato in questa sala e che hanno sostenuto la visibilità di questa iniziativa. In occasione dei nostri 30 anni abbiamo lanciato l'idea di un congresso umanitario a Roma come un'occasione aperta di confronto, di riflessione sul sistema umanitario e sulle sfide attualmente in corso. E lo diciamo spesso, ma mai come ora questa riflessione è importante. È importante una riflessione sulle ragioni profonde del nostro mandato. È importante anche per riaffermare quella neutralità attiva che è parte integrante del nostro mandato e che ci porta a non restare in silenzio mai di fronte alle conseguenze dei conflitti e alle violazioni del diritto umanitario nel mondo. E vedo qui in sala e voglio salutare una grande parte della nostra comunità umanitaria, a cominciare dai partner locali con cui collaboriamo in tante parti del mondo, e a questo abbiamo voluto dedicare una sessione questo pomeriggio proprio al nostro percorso di localizzazione in traduzione italiana, e quindi la collaborazione con i partner locali che ci arricchisce reciprocamente. La nostra comunità internazionale, in questi giorni si sono tenuti a Roma i Networking Days di ICVA, International Council of Voluntary Agencies, e siamo molto felici di avere gli amici di ICVA oggi qui con noi. il mondo dell'accademia che ci aiuta a riflettere. Questo evento avviene anche grazie al sostegno e alla collaborazione con l'Istituto Sant'Anna di Pisa, che ringraziamo per essere al nostro fianco, e la sessione finale di questa mattina è dedicata ai lavori di ricerca che gli studenti della Scuola Sant'Anna di Pisa hanno realizzato in questi mesi in vista di questo congresso sul tema dell'accesso umanitario. Quindi l'importanza anche di coinvolgere, diciamo, le voci di giovani ricercatori nella nostra riflessione. Vedo e sono con piacere molti dei nostri partner, donatori privati e istituzionali, e ovviamente la vostra presenza qui è molto importante perché ci conferma che il rapporto che abbiamo costruito in questi anni non si esaurisce nell'erogazione di un contributo, ma va molto oltre ed è fondato su una comunità di vedute e uno scambio. E poi vedo tante persone, tanti amici che sono parte di una comunità umanitaria ampia, fatta di impegno individuale, di testimonianza quotidiana, e di cui abbiamo enormemente bisogno, perché nessun umanitario in questo momento deve sentirsi solo. E infine un ringraziamento, un saluto ai miei colleghi di INTERSOS che rappresento in questo saluto iniziale, e un saluto al nostro presidente Mamadou Ndiaye, al nostro presidente emerito fondatore Nino Sergi, a tutti i colleghi della sede di Roma che oggi ci hanno raggiunto, ai nostri capi missione che sono qui a Roma da tutto il mondo e con cui abbiamo avuto 4 intensi, appassionanti giorni di scambio, conversazione e riflessione sulle sfide che ci attendono nel prossimo futuro. E ovviamente un saluto anche importantissimo ai nostri colleghi sul campo, alcuni dei quali collegati online oggi per seguire questo congresso. È ovvio che il lavoro umanitario vive sul campo, e anche la forza di quello che noi oggi diciamo nasce dalla testimonianza diretta che con il nostro lavoro acquisiamo sul campo, sulla prima linea delle crisi umanitarie, parlando di quello che vediamo, di quello che facciamo, dei bisogni che testimoniamo ogni giorno. Questo è il senso per noi anche che dà più forza a questa riflessione. Diamo quindi l'avvio a questo congresso umanitario con una conversazione di apertura, per cui invito qui sul palco Sara Panturiano, direttrice di ODI, e il nostro direttore generale Kostas Moskokoritis. Grazie ancora a tutti.
Ok, comincio io. Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per essere venuti qui a questo nostro secondo congresso umanitario. Sorry, I will shift in English. So, good morning everybody, and thanks to all of you for coming to join our second Humanitarian Congress. We have the difficult task with Sarah to kickstart this Congress and to, in a way, set the tone for this Congress, so we have agreed to exchange, to make a conversation, to make some questions to each other, so to go ahead with our burning issues. So the first question is which are the challenges of the global humanitarian system, and why is it struggling to respond to the humanitarian crisis? So good luck.
Just a small question, thank you.
Good luck.
Well, let me first say how delighted I am to be here, to be in Italy. I don't often have a chance to actually engage with the Italian humanitarian community, so I'm really delighted that you've invited me to come and speak. And then, to exchange with you, Costas, because of course INTERSOS is very present on the ground, and so you see a lot of the challenges of the humanitarian system. So I'm going to ask you in a bit how you say it. But I probably have to slow down for the interpreter, sorry. I had a joke. The challenges of the system, they're multiple, they're multi-layered, they're becoming deeper, and we're not doing a good job at addressing them. Fundamentally, I see a really, and I've been saying that for a long time, a really deep crisis of legitimacy for the humanitarian system. I think a lot of our challenges come from that, for a variety of reasons. Because of course the aid system is a byproduct of the multilateral system that was created after the Second World War, which represented a certain, international structure and a bipolar world, if you want, that doesn't exist anymore. It's fundamentally changed. And the aid system grew up at a time of, increasing US influence, European influence, the Western world that struggles to maintain that influence and maintain the principled, if you want, engagement in global affairs that has for a long time been the root, the rock for the aid system. And so a lot of the challenges are because of the politics that surround the system and that make our job as humanitarians very difficult. But we shouldn't kid ourselves. A lot of the challenges are internal too. Because how many years have we been trying to reform the humanitarian system? Now, ahead of the World Humanitarian Summit at ODI, we produced a report. If you haven't read it, I would encourage you to read it because it's still relevant. 7 years later, not much has changed. The title was Time to Let Go. And I think the title says everything. And the report was really analyzing how we've been trying to reform the system for a long time, but I compared it to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, rather than really trying to build a better vessel, because all the reforms have been very technocratic. They've tinkered at the edges of the system. They've never really addressed the more fundamental political issues, but also internally the issues of incentives, the issues of power and control as an international setup. We struggle to let go of, hence the time to let go. The indicators of success of our sector are all wrong. We judge success to be a bigger organization, more money, more staff, but that's not it. In fact, we should be very happy to become smaller and to really cede power to our partners. That's not what our boards tell us, right? Our boards want to see the growth. And so until we can really focus on more influence, more impact, more weight to our partners, we will continue to have challenges.
I want to ask on this point. I think that reforms are driven by financial reasons more than real impact reasons. What do you think about that?
Absolutely, because we continue to look for more money for us, much as we now have embarked in this whole process of seeing how we can operationalize localization. Hear the language, localization. I hate the word because, again, it assumes that we can localize. This is a transitive verb, something that is inherently local. The first respondents are always local. Who are we to localize? And it is this, power shift that we struggle to accept. And there is a big risk in that for me, Kostas, because if we don't really enable this transformation of the system, we will no longer be able to operate in a lot of the contexts where we are. And I'm going to ask you what you think about that, because there is a real risk that at one point we will not be able to operate in this context because governments will not let us in, because belligerents will not let us in. And that will mean throwing away the baby with the bathwater, because there is a lot that we bring in the improvements we've managed to make as a system. They are important. There is a complementarity that the international system can offer. But it's a complementarity. It's not a substitution, as we continue to do. But how do you see that from an operational perspective?
You touched the point of access. So, well, let's start from there. We will have a dedicated session, panel of very persons who know well the subject, but just to touch the issue of access. First of all, there has never been the El Dorado of access or the good old days where security was guaranteed. And no, there has never been El Dorado of humanitarian era. And the international humanitarian law has always been under pressure, to say the least. But there are some changes which make the context more complex. For example, when we were negotiating with, let's say, with the Taliban's access in the areas of their control, the negotiating advantage we had, it was, okay, you let us work and you let people, because we are talking about access, we are talking access to services for the communities that they need the services. Not access for the expatriate or international staff or whatever. So we need to make a hospital or a school or whatever. So we offer a service to the population under your authority, your control. And but you have to let us work and let, of course, the population use the service. That was, in very basic lines, the deal. So they wanted to control, they wanted to keep the authority in their area of control, plus to have the population under their control having access to services. So it was a do-this situation. And this balance has changed in a lot of areas. Let's discuss about the Lake Chad basin, where ISWAP, the successor of Boko Haram, has no intention to negotiate with anybody access. For them, the humanitarian staff, for example, is an income by kidnapping, but they don't have any intention, like ISIS in Syria, in Mosul, to negotiate access for humanitarian aid. And I again don't speak about persons, I speak about humanitarian aid. So there is a big game changer in a lot of contexts where we work. You mentioned about governments. Yes, assertive governments to work in Yemen, for example, in the northern part of Yemen, controlled by the Houthis. We need to negotiate 3 to 6 months a sub-agreement to start implementing a project that we have guaranteed funding and plan 6 months before. To get a visa, it takes months and can be also rejected. And then, of course, access is subject to the perception. We are part, as international NGOs, we are seen as a part of the Western world, mainly. So we carry with us all the issues that Western politics are doing well or bad or good. I don't judge it, but we are seen like the expression. And at the end of the day, the flow of money is from the global west to the global north to the global south. So these are elements that definitely the panelists will discuss more in depth afterwards. But yes, access is a big deal. Of course, there are some positive things, as you said, also. The accountability, for example, and accountability to affected populations. I'm in the humanitarian sector quite some years, but the change is clear. The phrase accountability to the affected population was not existing 20 years ago. It was not existing as a term. So there have been a good, also in professionalization of aid. So there are good steps ahead, but of course we are living in a world that has changed with the regional dynamics, geopolitical dynamics that have changed the situation. Who could have thought of a country like the United Arab Emirates being involved in quite a few wars around the world? So I stop here because we can discuss a lot about it.
I mean, I agree with what you say in terms of the improvements, but I also think that the improvements are not in step with how the world has changed, and they're not going fast enough, and also that sometimes what are really valuable improvements have become an impediment for the change of the system. You know, we use the improvement in the standards that is really great, really, you know, sort of something we should celebrate as a barrier for national partners. You know, we judge our national colleagues, I don't like local colleagues, but our national sort of partners by a much stricter, harder standards that we judge ourselves. We use the standards as the principles to block access to the bigger funding pot. And we also don't recognize different traditions. You know, we've done over the years at ODI, when I was in charge of the humanitarian policy group, a lot of work on different traditions of humanitarianism. There is a growth of experience and capacities in a number, you know, in different parts of the world. We did a lot of work in Asia, in Southeast Asia. You know, there are organizations like Muhammadiyah, of course, Mercy Malaysia, a number of them, they have a huge number of staff, you know, respond to a lot of different, mainly natural hazard related crises in Asia, but they're there. But they're not part of our international system, international coordination. Their different perspectives, their different points of view, their different capacities are not given the same value in our international structures. And there's been a big dance over the past few years, since before the summit and after the summit, to try and integrate that. But it goes back to what I was saying before, you know, letting go of the power that we hold on this international coordination is really hard. I see that in my own organization, you know, trying to make ODI change and pushing my staff to make sure that we think differently about how we do research and how we, you know, and how we need to shrink to give space to national think tanks and partner in a different way. It's a difficult and long process, so I accept that. But again, you know, if we don't change, it's at our own peril, because we will not be part of the process of transformation that we can accompany rather than be left out of it.
And speaking about that, I will ask you another easy question. Is our framework, our system holds like with the humanitarian principles of humanity, impartiality, independence, and neutrality, the international humanitarian law, of course, and all this, and given the inevitable politicization of aid, is the system holding, or the cracks are obvious?
Yes. What an important question. There are two sides to this. There's the normative framework, which is very much around the laws of war, international humanitarian law. I don't need to tell you, it's under the eyes of everyone what's happening with Gaza. And you know, the double standards that we are seeing in terms of upholding the law. If the same thing was happening in Ukraine, in terms of a relentless bombing over 32 days, in a very disproportionate and indiscriminate way, you know, both critical elements of our normative framework that make clear that the parties cannot respond in a way that creates collective punishment for a population that is, a byproduct of, as a sort of gets in the way of your military operation. Clearly, the laws of war are not working in terms of they're not upheld, but they are important. They're there, and they remind us that is the moral compass that we need to make sure that even in war, there is an effort to limit the impact on civilians. I think by and large, states recognize that that framework is important. The double standards are a problem because, again, is when the West does not live by its word that it becomes challenging then to call for upholding the laws of war in other contexts. But then there is the principles. They are not quite part of, if you want, the conventions per se, but they've become a way for us to recognize how we need to operate. And there I make a distinction often between how we use the principles. If you go back to the Code of Conduct that was negotiated with a lot of difficulties at the end of the 90s, neutrality is not mentioned in the Code of Conduct. And it's not mentioned because a lot of multi-mandated NGOs were very clear that they could not be neutral because they campaign, they take political positions, sometimes they take sides. Oxfam says very clearly, I use Oxfam as an example because they are clear in the fact that they don't see neutrality as one of the tools that they use. And in fact, I am convinced that the two fundamental principles are humanity and impartiality. That's what we need to really focus on. Humanity above all is this imperative to help people in need if we can. That is the fundamental principle. It is the humanitarian imperative that drives us to act. And impartiality, of course, means that we should respond according to need, even though that is very often challenged. Neutrality and independence, for me, are a means to an end. They are the modus operandi primarily of the Red Cross and, of course, of other unitist organizations. They are what allows them to negotiate access with the belligerents because that is the tool that they use, the neutrality to sort of secure that passage that is needed. It doesn't mean that everybody needs to operate that way. And clearly, it's very difficult for national respondents to be neutral, especially when they are, caught in the politics of the war. Again, expecting them to abide by neutrality, it's first unrealistic, secondly unfair, quite frankly, because of how they operate and where they are. Now, we've done a lot of work on this, and we've done a lot of work on neutrality and the narrative around neutrality in a number of contexts. And I think there is some interesting learning that is coming out of Ukraine. Because, of course, tell me who has been neutral in Ukraine of the very many Western international organizations, right? We've all taken a very clear side, and we've had no problem there because that was aligned with the Western donors, where the money has come from. So neutrality was not a big discussion in Ukraine. But then we see the challenge of not having operated in a neutral way in Ukraine. So I don't think it's an absolute that you have to operate in a neutral way as an international humanitarian organization. I definitely don't think that should be the way we expect national organizations to operate, but we need to be aware of the consequences of not doing that for internationals, and then for nationals understanding how you then bridge that lack of neutrality, what the consequences are, what you do in terms of complementing that lack of neutrality. But it's not an absolute. It's not, the way in which I think, I think in many ways, because we don't live up to those principles the way we should, we've made it harder for those who really strive to do so, like ICRC and MSF, because then the whole, and many others, of course, unitist organizations, because we then get all painted with the same brush as humanitarian organizations. And so, the multi-mandated are not necessarily neutral or independent, I'd say, struggle.
Absolutely, you touched the point. Multi-mandate organizations for INTERSOS, just to make it clear, we are a single mandate organization. We are a humanitarian organization. And for us, neutrality is important. But working in Ukraine, definitely, you cannot ask for a Ukrainian local initiative, NGO, or whatever, to be neutral when they are under the bombs of the Russians. But neutrality is a tool. And of course, sometimes, quite sometimes, we forgot it because neutrality means also to work on both sides, but a lot of times we cannot or we are not allowed to work. But for humanitarian organizations, as you mentioned, remains, neutrality remains valid. And then we can discuss, of course, the contradictions that you might face when you have a double mandate, both humanitarian and development. And here I would like to touch also the issue of the image of NGOs, humanitarian NGOs, and NGOs in general that they do humanitarian action. When I came in Italy in 2005, working with a big international organization, I was giving interviews, and I remember interviewing Corriere della Sera, a very serious newspaper. So we were called the angels. So as long as you were taking a plane to go to Africa, we were becoming automatically angels. And I was doing a fight with to stop using this term because it was completely fake. Because we were not angels, neither devils. But why I use this example? Because 10 years after, we became NGOs in general, the ones who are working with the traffickers to bring migrants in Italy, for example. In 10 years, the narrative changed completely. And there, of course, it's a result of politics, of changing the society. You remember how well we welcomed Syrian refugees in 2015 in Europe, only 1 year after to have them treated as enemies. And societies are changing, and of course the image of the NGOs is perceived is different. But we have also, as NGOs, a part of the blame, let's say, for our image, because when we were called angels, it was okay, nothing to comment. And then we overestimated also, and I speak we, I don't want to name this is good or this is less good, we overestimated our role, speaking on everything, positioning on everything, and we lost what is the anchor of our existence at the end of the day, to match words and actions, and to speak about what we do. We don't have any moral authority, superiority, because we work with an NGO and we are working, I don't know, in the Central African Republic. It's not, there's nothing, we're not better than others. We are humanitarian operators trying to assist communities in need. And we do it, we are also paid for this, and we have to follow standards, we have to do this. We do it with, we have to do it with passion, of course. It shouldn't become, you know, it's only income generating activity. This is the big difference, it should be the big difference. But yes, by overestimating ourselves, of course, we became also easier targets for politicians, for journalists, for whatever.
So I think there's a number of very important things you say there. I think for a very long time, the problem we've had, amplified by the media and our political, if you want, supporters, ultimately the donors, express governments, a political reality. There was this element of white saviorism that was, celebrated in our media, that was championed by politicians that was always a fallacy, of course, was always inappropriate, but in a way it was convenient because that became the substitution of the politics. I think after Somalia, starting, with Rwanda and then with the Balkans, we know, it came out of the Rwanda evaluation that humanitarian action was the substitute of political action, not intervening in the politics, not intervening in the military, meant that governments had to find another way, to be seen to respond, and this is when the humanitarian organizations were conveniently deployed as the answer. We are funding humanitarian organizations; they are going there to solve the problem, to solve the solution. And I think that the most important, if you want, a statement of that, landmark evaluation of the Rwanda response was that humanitarian action is never a substitute for political action. But for a long time, we've become complicit in that. Because, of course, by accepting more and more and more money, from governments, rather than being more independently funded by the public, accepting to have a smaller role, but a more authentic role, we've become prey of the politics of the governments that fund the international NGOs. And so it becomes difficult to challenge. And it's interesting that the challenges come on a domestic issue, because migration is very much a domestic issue. So where we stand on a principle, obviously on a principle response, that's where the clash is coming now, because it doesn't fit their domestic priorities, or at least what they use, because it's not even, to be honest, we're seeing a real shift in perspectives around migration in Europe in a more positive way. We've done a lot of work and a lot of surveys to the eye, but it's obviously used as a political tool by certain parties towards a certain electorate, and that's where the clash is today. But I welcome the struggle and the challenge, because it means that we're probably regaining some moral standing that we have lost as an international humanitarian community. So more of that and less of the money that is muzzling us.
Speaking about money, funds and needs, because yes, we have to do the job that we follow the mandate of the organization and try to assist communities in need, as we say all the time. But in the global context now of a crisis that have started since decades ago, who remembers when the Afghanistan crisis started? I don't know if we can put it in 79 with the Soviet invasion, or before, or a bit after, but anyway, we are still in Afghanistan as a system. We are still in DRC, Congo. We are still in the Central African Republic. New crises start, and they never finish, like the Syrian crisis in 2011. They become chronic, and then we have new crisis over the ex-new crisis, like who would have thought about the war in Ukraine that lasts almost 2 years and will, unfortunately, seems to continue even more. And then Sudan, 6 months ago, the civil war, and now the situation, let's call it catastrophic, in the Palestinian occupied territory. So, crisis over the crisis, and of course, humanitarians are called to do more with less, because of course there's a problem with funding, and then not only, also to put the pieces together when political decisions, like the cut of the development aid, example, Afghanistan, until August 2021, 80% of the budget of the government, of the country, was funded by international development aid. When the Taliban took power, this 80% stopped immediately. Not only, we had also $9-something billion frozen in US and the European banks, Italy, of course, included. They are still blocked somewhere there. So, humanitarian aid was supposed to replace all this, which of course is not the equation, doesn't work. So this is the context also where humanitarian action is applied, is needed, and of course there is a huge mismatch. And this also, yes, it's also a call for, the conscience of humanitarian organizations, how to position and what to advocate for.
Yeah, and again, I think humanitarian action, as we understand it, in a lot of these contexts, is not what is needed. When crises become protracted over a long time, we continue to stretch what humanitarian organizations should be doing, rather than think about actually what is really needed on the ground. If you talk to a lot of national counterparts, national partners, and even more from people that are affected by the crisis, they couldn't care less whether that support is coming from a humanitarian organization, a development organization, a climate fund, a gender fund, you name it. We are creating this distinction, we are creating the silos, we're creating the difference. There is no difference in their eyes. Is what is supporting them to access those services, to get by, to put their kids in school. Another thing that is traditionally not supported in any humanitarian response I've worked in. What doesn't get supported is education and jobs and employment, or an ability to restart their livelihoods. What is the people ask for every time after the first 3 to 6 months of the acute phase of a crisis? Education for their kids and a way to earn, with dignity, to restart their ability to not to live on handouts. And so we are out of step with what people want. We don't respond to this longer-term crisis in the way people want, because the instruments that are used to operate in these countries are humanitarian instruments. But that's not what should be used, or should be used on the ground.
But I agree with you. The problem is also that we know the famous nexus, humanitarian development and peace nexus, also pushed by financial constraints more than.
I think there is a special circle in hell, I keep saying that, for those who come up with these terms that express what was the relief to development continuum, relief to development contiguum, early recovery, transition settings. Now is the nexus. I mean, seriously, we've been talking about the same thing for 30 years.
But development actors are not jumping in our context, and this is we are alone in a lot of context. So there is not exclusivity.
Or there is the people on the ground. Again, they can respond, and we need to support them. We don't need the development actors or us. Yes, we need to complement the national response.
We need the World Bank, for example, if we want to do development. If they don't have the tools
They have to. They don't want to use the tools. The tools are there. But there is a big political risk in putting money in some of these countries. There are careers that at the bank on the line. So if you authorize a project in a so-called fragile state, not a terrible word, in a conflict-affected state, and that investment fails and that project fails, when you can run for promotion every 5 years, you'll be remembered for having taken that risk. And so they sail safe, and they don't invest or approve those big development undertakings.
The reality is this, that we miss the other part, and humanitarians, unfortunately, they have to take some of the job that others have to do, and they are not equipped to do it. And we must say also more often no than doing the job for others, that we will do it also not in a good way.
And I think that is the important thing. We should be saying no. There are too many organizations that don't say no. And I think that's where we're seeing the problem, stretching to do all kinds of things as humanitarians that then dilute what is our uniqueness, why we're there, our raison d'etre, why humanitarian organizations exist. And that blurs everything in the eyes of the people in the countries where we operate, and the public here that doesn't see and understand, what is the priorities for organizations that see themselves as humanitarian responders.
So I think we touched a lot of points. That was just an introductory discussion. There will be no questions, but all the subjects will be discussed in the panels that are following. So there we'll have quite some space for a reaction.
I can ask other people, rather than responding myself. Now I can ask other people.
Okay. So again, thanks for bearing us, and we call the panelists for the first panel to come here.
Thanks, because I'll stay here because I'm moderating the next panel. So I think Larissa should appear online. And can I call to the stage Delphine Pinot and Antonio Donini and Vangelis Talis? I'll introduce them in a second. Really? Okay. Larissa. Okay. Larissa, can you activate your video if you hear me?
I do, and I should be on video now.
Okay. Great. So that was just a warm-up act for the whole day. Now we get into the substance even deeper with a number of fantastic colleagues. If people want to grab a coffee, I think you'll have to wait, or you can have to exit quietly. So I'm switching from the warm-up act with Kostas to the person that asked the questions, which is a much nicer position to be in, because now you have to come up with all the difficult answers. And I've got a fantastic group of colleagues to carry on the conversation Kostas and us started. So I'll first introduce Delphine Pinot. Delphine is Humanitarian Policy Coordinator and UN representative in Geneva for CARE International. To my left, dear friend and colleague Antonio Donini, who is a visiting fellow at Feinstein International Center, Tufts University, but is also the co-founder of United Against Inhumanity. You can say something about that as well at some point. And then further to my left is Vangelis Tsilis, who is the country director of INTERSOS in Ukraine. Online, joining us from rainy Manchester, because it's always raining in Manchester.
Sunny Manchester.
Okay. That's strange. Is Larissa Fast, dear former colleague at ODI and professor of humanitarian and conflict studies at the University of Manchester, is also the executive director of the Humanitarian and Conflict Response Institute at the University of Manchester. So we'll carry on the conversation Kostas and I started, and I'll start with you, Larissa, because you've written a lot. We talked about the principles with Kostas, and that's something you've been writing a lot about, and particularly around the principle of humanity. How do you see the discussion around the principles? Is humanity becoming the forgotten principle?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I would say in some ways it is. Not forgotten as in, well, I guess it's arguably, we have forgotten it, but it's sort of first among the core principles, and it's therefore least controversial, but it tends to be the most abstract, and also then something that we sort of forget about in an operational sense. So we tend to think about inherent worth and dignity, equality. It's central. Humanity as a principle is central in IHL, both in terms of humanity law, which is about protecting the rights of individuals and limiting the excesses of war. And then we have its opposite, inhumanity, and that is well spelled out as well in IHL. So it tends to be philosophical and normative, legal, but I I have argued in some writing I've done that it can also be operational. And so what do I mean about that? There's a lot of inherent tensions in the principle of humanity that make it sort of less, more difficult to sort of make operational in everyday practice. It's both universal and particular. You know, we're all human, and yet we live in particular contexts. We have individual biographies and biologies. It's equal and unequal, and inclusive and exclusive. There's a sameness to this, but that sameness then also implies that we can be somehow reducible to our bare lives, our basic needs. But in its inequalities, in its exclusions, it means that some lives are more valued than others. And here we can think about the contrast between the European response to Ukrainian refugees and the response or lack of welcome to Syrian refugees. So if we are thinking about humanity as an operational principle, then what does that mean? And what I argue for is affirming local context and capacity. So we affirm the role of culture and context in making humanitarian action more effective and more humane. But we should also then be humble about our contributions to that not sort of overwhelming local response. I also think it's about adopting vertical and horizontal accountability, where you have accountability within organizations and how we treat staff from different intersectional identities, but also upward and downward accountability for funding. So it's not just about upward accountability to donors, but also downward accountability in terms of the types of response that we have. And then I guess the last thing that I would point to is proximity and presence. So it's not, and you sort of talked about this with Costas already, it's not only about providing assistance and protection, but it's how that assistance and protection is provided. And in many contexts, there's a profound value of accompaniment, of solidarity, of witnessing, and that is what people in contexts of violence also want. It's not only about that assistance and protection when lives are torn apart by violence. So I think together these suggest different ways of transforming humanitarian action that also bring together some practices that we already have in the sector.
Those are really important points, and actually reminds me of the work that we did on the principles at HPG some time ago, which brought out really strongly the fact that in many other traditions they see the principles that we use as an expression of the Western tradition, but for many other partners, solidarity and justice are more important, say, of neutrality and independence. And guys, I want to come to you because we talked about Ukraine a bit earlier with Costas. I mean, that is a context where this discussion is really put to test because, of course, our Ukrainian partners see solidarity and justice as the most important element for humanitarian action, and that clashes with our principle framework centered on neutrality and independence as a modus operandi. How do you navigate this tension?
So yes, it is correct. You had a very interesting discussion previously with Costas, and you talked about principles and how it may work in a situation like Ukraine. Usually, in this situation, we are trying to balance between following the principles and delivering the humanitarian aid, which is quite difficult. You discuss about the local actors, but I will start with our staff. Meaning we started initially and we made a very conscious decision that when we are going to operate in Ukraine, the people that first, the profiles that we are going to look in is IDPs. If we were going to find IDPs, the right profiles to work with us, these are the ones that we are going to prioritize to work. These profiles entered, and we identify extremely staff that are extremely qualified, but were coming from the private sector. So then you needed to instruct them what means humanitarian and how these principles need to apply, which means that also if you need, and if it's requested, then you need to go and work also with the other side, in the other side, which was extremely difficult at the beginning. Then we do have, of course, the local actors. We know, all of us, that in Ukraine right now, there is no organization that is not supporting the militaries. Initially, we started and we said, okay, it will not be possible for us to operate with them. But at the end of the day, if you are not going to work with them, you are not going to deliver the aid to the most needed, meaning that these organizations are the ones that can arrive where we cannot, meaning in the front line, between 0 and 5 kilometers. And these populations there are the most in need, the most that are needed, and it's the core of the work that we are doing, meaning to reach out to them. So you need to balance and see what you are going to do and how you are going to operate in this type of things. You are putting in place mitigation measures, meaning you are trying a little bit to balance between the principles. You are trying to say, okay, we are going to work with you, we are going to provide the support, but you need to take also these steps, at least, let's say, different warehouses, different financial books, etc., etc. And then you have the red lines, which mean is in a context like Ukraine, where let's say the authorities, we are not talking about authorities, we are talking about the regional military administration under the current law, under the military law. We do have right now military administration. You need also to work with them. And somehow, and sometimes, at least at the beginning, the humanitarian aid has been requested to pass through them. And that was a red flag for most of us, because there you cannot have mitigation measures. You don't know where the delivery can be brought, you don't know how it will be used. And you can imagine that if you're going to see the delivery of a food kit or a hygiene kit, instead of going in the front line, seeing it in the militaries, the impact that this may have. Last point is the access. You discussed also with Kostas. You discussed with Kostas previously. Access is the main point right now. We do have, for the non-governmental areas, we are trying to see how we can operate there. We are talking about unofficially about 4 million people that haven't received any type of support. And still, after 1 year, we do have the advocacy group, we do have constant communication with the authorities there, and still after 1 year, it is impossible, because for all of us, even if we are going to decide to operate there, it's going to be the criminalization of our operation in Ukraine, which means that we are going to put at risk all the things, all the support that we are providing right now in Ukraine. So you may understand that it is extremely challenging following or basing to the humanitarian principles and delivering the humanitarian aid in similar situations.
Thanks. Well, you described a very immediate, on-the-ground challenge. Definitely, I want to come to you from a more sort of global operation perspective. How do you see, how do we resolve this tension, if we can resolve it at all, between how, as internationals, we see the principal framework and how, our many national counterparts, colleagues, partners see that?
Thank you. Well, I don't think CARE pretends that we know how to solve those tensions, but perhaps we can contribute some practical experience. And I think what has been both helpful and sometimes challenging for us is that we are a dual mandated organization. And therefore, many of our humanitarian partners are partners with whom we've done development work before, and sometimes also advocacy on very sensitive rights issues. So when we start to work with them on humanitarian issues, and suddenly, especially when it's about joint advocacy, it's become more difficult to do to speak collectively about sensitive rights issues or things that would make us look as not neutral, it's hard to understand. So practically, this has been really resolved by having very open dialogues with our partners, looking actually, not focusing on the tensions, but really on what brings us together, our common objectives, which is really the humanitarian imperative and humanity. And I agree, sometimes it's hard to make it tangible, unlike, of course, neutrality. It's not really an operational posture. It is, but it is something that's universally, of course, bringing us together. And usually, it's quite easy to find common grounds by actually talking about our common humanity in very practical terms, because we're talking about specific groups of people who are at that very moment suffering from, various types of deprivations or violations. In our case, it's often women and girls who are perhaps victims of sexual violence in conflict or GBV, etc. So that's been one way of actually addressing some of those tensions. But also what's been really critical is to always be very clear with our partners that it's not because we are working together and partnering, they have their full identity, their full mandate. And we are not there to tell them what to say. In fact, it's deeply disturbing to see, as we are speaking here, that some donors are now contacting international organizations and asking us not to work with certain agencies or NGOs in Gaza, for example, because they are speaking out. We will always, of course, defend and protect the right of our partners to speak on their own name. But we have, for example, in our partnership agreements, in funding agreements, to protect us as an operational organization who needs to negotiate access, who needs to work on, various sides of a front line, clauses, actually very practical clauses that say that the partner cannot use CARE's name without our approval, even if they're talking about a situation where we are jointly working together and jointly responding. So it's really from a range of very practical measures like this to more, creating a very honest and transparent dialogue about where we are all coming from, looking at our respective mandates, shifting from development to humanitarian. And I really recognize and echo the point on also helping our own staff understand when we're shifting gear from development to humanitarian. We've also made a lot of assumptions in CARE that our staff knew what IHL was, how it could protect them and their partners, and of course the people we work with and whom we support. And similarly, we've made a lot of assumptions that our staff knew and understood humanitarian principles. And it's not always the case. So also really, when a context is so much, shifting, changing, taking a moment to pause and reflect, what's the new software almost that I need to be bringing here to be responding in the right way and to avoid causing unnecessary tensions with partners is really important.
Thanks, Delphine. Antonio, you've been living some of these tensions yourself, working on the ground for many years, but then you've been studying them and studying the tensions of the system, now for some time. And so I want to ask you, given the context we've discussed, given where we are, geopolitically, the changes that you see, of course, the tensions we've talked about, what do you think the future of humanitarian enterprise is in the long term?
Well, predictions are notoriously difficult, especially about the future. I didn't make this up. It's attributed to Yogi Berra and to Niels Bohr and various others. But the issue here is that we are in a moment, in a historical moment, where I think we see that the crisis is getting deeper, but we don't see the way out of the crisis yet. I think, as Sarah was saying, there's been a remarkable resilience or stability in how the humanitarian system has worked since the end of the Second World War. The basics of the system haven't really changed. It's still a system that is northern in its essence. It's of the north, and it's a kind of a condominium or cartel or oligopoly that where Western donors, the UN and the Red Cross movement and the NGOs sort of manage this system in different ways. So the software on which the system is running is still a very Western software. But the question now is, given the crisis of multilateralism that you've mentioned, and the tensions around principles and the local and the universal, is this system going to be able to perdure in the future? I have doubts. I think that humanitarian action, or the Western version of humanitarian action, that has its roots in the Enlightenment, in Christian values, in the history of, how the West developed through colonization and the growth of capitalism, that has kind of reached its historical structural limits. And if we accept the idea that humanitarian action has somehow developed in parallel with the development of Western power, and now that Western power is in retreat and power is shifting eastwards, the Westphalian state is being replaced by Eastphalian states, where the individual is seen as carrying different values than it carries in the West. So if there is this shift to the West, I think it's fair to assume that the way in which states address and societies address issues of humanitarian assistance and protection is likely to change. So if we're moving into a multipolar geopolitical set of structures, perhaps we have to think about a more multipolar system for humanitarian action. We are already seeing on the margins, the power is still, as your report and various other reports that we did over the past 10, 15 years, the power is still very much of the North. And it's not only the power, it's the network power. It's all the types of the values, the types of behavior, the types of how we dress, how we operate, all that that defines the language, yes, and the barriers to entry that you mentioned also. That is still there, but there are things that are happening outside the sort of dominant humanitarian enterprise. And I think we can expect more things to happen outside, whether it's a Chinese version of the humanitarian principles, or let me just give you one example. A friend, I think you know her, an Indian academic, was trying to set up a think tank on humanitarian issues in Delhi a few years ago. And she was having trouble, meeting people in the government and in academia, and eventually she got to see a director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she started explaining her project. And she said, yes, well, we would like to have a center of reflection on humanitarian issues. She was immediately stopped. Humanitarian, that's a term we don't use. India looks at what we do in a very different way from the way in which we look at what we do. So I think we have to prepare for a more difficult environment where maybe we will maintain some of the differences that we have today. You have the Dunantist corner of humanitarian action, the Red Cross movement, organizations like MSF, and the INTERSOS, was basically single, it's not a multi-minded organization. But then you have a variety of actors that don't fit in the sort of distinction between Dunantist and organizations that are more transformative in what they want to do in society. And that's where the debates on localization and decolonization are interesting, because they give a different value or a different perspective on things that we've been doing in the past, and challenging the modus operandi of the humanitarian enterprise. So I don't know if the business model that we have, or the unity, which is not really very strong, but the kind of, you know, this, as I mentioned, this tripartite nature of the Western donors, UN agencies, and the Red Cross, and the federations of large NGOs, if that's going to, this love affair between these three sets of actors is going to continue, or if that's going to break up. I think, you know, now the global spend on humanitarian issues is something around $50 billion a year. I mean, it's amazing. When I started working in this enterprise 25, 30 years ago, it was 1 billion, you know, and even then it was, you know, it was growing fast, but we could not have anticipated that humanitarian action or humanitarian spending would be the major, one of the major ways in which the West exercises its soft power. You know, it's the smiley face of globalization. I think that is changing. You know, there are challenges, the smiley face. There are other, maybe more stern faces that are also appearing. And our principles are also, as has been mentioned, you know, they're challenged by the double standards that we apply. You know, we do not look at massacres in Gaza in the same way that we look at what's been happening in Ukraine or Afghanistan. So I think these clivages, I don't know how you say clivage in English, these cleavages, okay, there you go. Yeah. These cleavages are going to get deeper. So that's my crystal ball thinking.
Yes, which I am afraid to say, I very much agree with, even though it's not a very rosy pictures. And there's a couple of things in what you said that really, again, take me back to some of the work that we've done on these things. I mean, first of all, on the number that you quoted, I always say, to me, you know, we always talk about there is not enough money for humanitarian needs, and I question whether we're talking about the needs of the system or the needs of the people, because year on year these appeals keep growing, and how much it is to feed the machine that we've created in the way we've created it, and how much it is really because of the people. I'll leave that as a question for the second round. But also, with, you know, the India example you mentioned, we did in the run-up to the World Humanitarian Summit, we did all these studies on the etiology of the word humanitarian in different languages, you know, the origin and what is said, and it's really fascinating, you know, in Chinese, Mandarin, in a number of sort of Southeast Asian languages, Latin America, and so forth. Just to give you an example, in Arabic, there was not, a language I know, so that's why I recall, you know, some of this, what came out of that study. There was not a single way to translate humanitarian. You know, the vast majority of colleagues in the Arab world still translate humanitarian with ighaza, which is relief. Or there was honor, there is compassion. A lot of the words were really conveying a message of solidarity. And then we saw the work that OCHA started doing with the Arab League to codify the word humanitarian, and basically it started to become, you know, insan is human, and an insaniya is, you know, the adjective that's been used has basically been coined in this dialogue between OCHA and the Arab League from, I think it was in late 90s, it started 2000. So we start seeing the word humanitarian appearing in official documents and be used because it's been a translation, you know, almost like a transposition of our Western codification of humanitarian into a context where, of course, humanitarian action per se has always been part and parcel of the way they've supported others, but not codified the same way we do. And I think it's something to reflect upon, you know, in terms of how we've tried to structure the way in which we respond. I'm going to do another quick round of questions, but then I'll come to you. So prepare your questions, prepare your contributions as well, you know, to the discussions, because we want to make sure that we broaden the conversation. But Larissa, I want to quickly come to you because you've done a lot of work on data, and you know, there is a lot. You know, again, we work for a think tank, evidence-based. I mean, Antonio has also been working for a think tank for a long time. This is what many say. Oh, yeah, we need to understand crisis better. We need more data. Data will help the response. Will data help the response when data is so politicized, actually?
Yeah, really, again, a really good question. And I would say, yes, it is central to humanitarian response, but some questions. And here I'll return to some of Antonio's points on power. So I think as a sort of obvious statement, data are central to the humanitarian response. They're, they're sort of everywhere. It's vast and varied. It's numbers of people assisted. It's narratives about need and people helped. It's data about, patients, medical patients, about staff, about disease, about, non-food items provided. So it's quantitative, it's qualitative, it's financial data, it's about people, it's about projects. So there's lots of data in the system. And used by the system, but I guess the purposes for collecting those data are very different. They serve different needs. Doctors and nurses working in hospitals to provide medical treatment in Gaza want information about their patients, but donors want information, data about the numbers of people assisted. And we tend to use the term data to refer to everything. And the lack of clarity about what data we're speaking about can cause confusion and misunderstanding, I think. And why this is important is because in a humanitarian context, who controls the data controls the narrative. About who is in need and what is needed. So it's fundamentally a source of power. It's a currency of power. And that means different groups try and control those data. It becomes an excuse not to share data. Because, if others have access to the data, then you can question the numbers or question how those were collected. And that becomes a way of sort of poking holes in that narrative, that power and control about what people have access to. So as just a very easy example, the number of civilians harmed in Gaza, for example, the numbers that are being put out are put out primarily by the Ministry of Health, which is controlled by Hamas. And so therefore it becomes a way of politicizing the numbers of people who have been harmed. But that's not unique to Gaza. It happens in Sudan, it happens in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. And there's always competing numbers of military and civilian casualties that are put out. But I guess the point I want to make here is that the numbers we trust are in large part based on who we trust to put out those numbers. So we decide which data are credible based on our level of trust in the organization that puts it out. And the more questions there are about the numbers, the more requests there are for data, which then increases risk. So happy to come back to that in the Q&A. I guess the other question or the other point I just want to quickly make is that we tend to pay attention to what is counted. And what we count tends to be what the donors request. I've done some research on data sharing between humanitarian organizations and donors, and that's where this is coming from. And in general, the data that are prioritized in a crisis are the data that are requested by donors. It's the questions, the indicators, the categories that donors are requesting, and they're the ones that have the most power in the system. The data that those with the least power, the affected populations, the frontline health workers, for example, their data aren't what they want to see counted and collected, may or may not be prioritized. And the other part about that is the trusted relationships that exist are also between, in general, Northern organizations, Northern Western donors that, you know, a number of you have mentioned, and Northern Western organizations. So that trust that exists, those data that we trust, tend to be from those groups, and the data that are put out by local actors, national actors, don't get that same sort of attention. So in general, the voices that are missing in conversations about data and their management are the same ones that lack power in the system as a whole. The recipients, the beneficiaries of assistance, like I said, say the ones who are collecting the data in the first place for feeding upward. I think I'll stop there and look forward to the rest of the discussion and questions.
Thanks, Larissa. I think you make a really important point, but it's not just the asymmetry of power in a given crisis, it's also across crises, because of course we have crises on which data are barely there, they don't make the news headlines, and so we're not even asked to, collect the data. We just did a podcast last week on Nagorno-Karabakh. Who is talking about Nagorno-Karabakh? 100,000 people have been displaced in a very, sort of vicious and brutal way, and we're not paying any attention to that because the donors, as you say, are not asking us to collect those data. Vangelis, how do we do a better job on these deliberately forgotten crises, I'd say?
Thank you so much. And there are so many. It's not only that. A new crisis is always very appealing. Very bad word to say for a crisis, but this is what is happening, especially with the donors. So it's easy to point out to the governments, to the donors, but also us as humanitarians, we are part of the problem. Meaning we are going to move immediately when a new crisis will come, we are going to move immediately to the other crisis because funds will be easily available. But as humanitarian organizations, we have been evolved and developed over the last years. We gain voice. We do have persons that are they are based in the decision-making centers like Brussels, New York, Geneva. So lobbying and advocating at that level, it's something that we definitely can do in order to mobilize a little bit the political will and in order not to forget this type of crisis. Data, previously Larissa was mentioning that data is a very extremely powerful tool. This is something that all of us as humanitarians for this type of crisis, we need to invest. Meaning if you do have data, reliable data that nobody can come and say, no, it's not like this, then it is a tool that we can use absolutely in order to keep this crisis on the news so it will not be forgotten. Same thing for the media, meaning the media, our communication department right now are part of our daily work. So it's very, very important to continue to involve them and to explain them what is happening in these areas. Last part also, I said, also humanitarians are part of this problem, unfortunately. We do not provide long commitment projects in these areas. We start with the emergency phase, but we are not proceeding with the development part. So if also from our side, because we foresee, we know what is going to happen, we do have the experience now, and we know that it's not only the first phase, it will come also the second and the third phase. So drafting our project and including also development, the development phase will allow us to be there and to provide the necessary support. And closing, it's also the funding mechanism that we do have right now, which is not allowing us a lot to proceed in several, let's say, crises. So most probably needs also this type to be reviewed somehow, a percentage, I don't know how, to be dedicated to this protracted crisis.
If we want, action in protracted crisis, we need to push politicians to act as well. So we need to also put pressure on them. And I want to come to you, Delphine, on this, and to make sure that we bring attention to forgotten crises, that we change the funding frameworks. For all of that, we need politicians to shift how they operate, and that will only come if the public pushes them. But we've also heard this morning that there is a trust deficit, Kostas was saying, with the public, towards humanitarian organizations, also because, of course, it is convenient to paint us in a difficult, in a challenging way, particularly domestically, these days around migration issues. But generally, how do we regain that trust with the public? How we get the public to support this push, to get governments to act in a more principled way when humanitarian crises strike?
Difficult question. Perhaps it starts with all of us here in this room, and I hope this is also partly why many of our audience has come today. It's because you all are, in your various individual capacities, concerned citizens who actually want to contribute your pierre, as we say in French, your stone. So yeah, I think one thing perhaps that INGOs can do, where we have an added and complementary value perhaps with and to our local and national partners, is actually on educating, informing, and influencing the public in the global north and in our respective contexts. CARE, for example, does a lot of this kind of work. We have volunteers in the UK, in the US. They go door to door. We do education information sessions in schools about the importance of development and humanitarian aid. And it's not just, by the way, these citizens and friends of CARE often become, of course, supporters as well, financially, but that's not the primary objective, actually, of this work. And then they actually contribute to campaigns. They can, connect with parliamentarians or the Senate, the Congress in the US. Sometimes we ask them to sign on letters that where we want to challenge maybe the US government on something. So if we think about in this changing world and the relevance of international NGOs in a changing system, perhaps that's where I think we could do more. But may I say something about data? Because I would like to come back to this very briefly, but and connecting it again with principles. I think the importance of data is also that it helps us to remain actually principled and impartial. It is a challenge. It is increasingly challenging because in many contexts we know that actually conducting independent needs assessments, whether it's indeed, North Yemen or Northeast Syria, is very challenging. So there's also a question of access for the collection of data, which shows the power of data, right? That when there's such an effort of controlling even data collection, it's very, very telling. But there's two things I think I'd like to highlight. Is on the one hand, we have pushed the extent to which we collect and analyze data to an extreme that it's become almost inefficient. For colleagues who work perhaps on humanitarian response planning cycles, actually you will be familiar with the joint intersectoral analysis framework. It has been taken, and actually because donors asked for that. So I completely agree about the power of donors in relation to data, to a level that it became inefficient. And colleagues at country level who should be spending their time actually responding to a situation, we're spending far more time collecting and struggling with data that in the end we don't even really fully analyze. At the same time, we have some basics that are not in place. So in 2022, Development Initiative reported in the Global Humanitarian Assistance Report that only 1/3 of the 46 humanitarian response plans had sex, age, and disability disaggregated data. Now, how can you plan and know what you need for whom? Because here we are talking about data for people, not for the system, if you don't have this basic level of disaggregation. So I'd like to leave us with this as questions to grapple with.
Thanks, Delphine. I'm going to open up to the audience in a second, but before we open to the audience, let's try and end on a bit of a more positive note. Where do you see progress? We have made progress. Let's think about the progress we've made, and how do we build on that?
Well, as an academic, I tend to focus on the negative than on the positive. But what I'll say is that I think it was Sarah who was hinting that we feed the machine, and the machine has become much bigger. Whether it's become better, I think in certain aspects it has, compared to when I first started working in Afghanistan in 1988, the professionalism, the professionalization of the humanitarian enterprise has multiplied. Now people actually have degrees in humanitarian response, which didn't exist back then. And you don't have cowboys and logisticians running rough over situations without any knowledge of principles. That has changed. Well, of course, but that brought in a series of problems that are linked to bureaucratization and the proceduralization of the system. And you could argue whether, humanitarian action has done a kind of Max Weber style transition from a means to an end in itself. I don't think so. The machine has actually been much more better in responding in a more automatic, or there are procedures that get activated much sooner and much quicker and in a more predictable way. That's all positive. I think the tragedy unfolding in Gaza shows the imbrication of politics and how humanitarian action is, the instrumentalization of humanitarian action has been a constant since the very beginning. But there is a major change that we're seeing under our eyes, and that is the extent to which even the general public knows now about IHL. When I was working in Afghanistan back in the 80s, IHL, we knew about it, but it was kind of a dirty word. We didn't want to mention it. And neutrality was completely haram. You could not speak about neutrality because the humanitarian enterprise, such as it was then, which was basically NGOs working on the Afghan cause, were all taking the side of the Mujahideen against the Kabul regime supported by the Soviets. So that has kind of changed. I think, there's also been a lot of progress on the normative side. For example, very recently in EWIPA, this is the statement on the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, which is crucial for what is happening in Gaza. 83 states have signed up to this declaration. Has anybody mentioned it in the context of Gaza? No. So there's still a huge gap between the normative tools that we have and how they are being used. The other tool that we're not using is Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, which, as you all know, I'm sure, says that all states signatories to the convention have to respect the convention and ensure that others respect them. So, I don't know, Ghana has a responsibility to ensure that in the civil war in Sudan, both parties respect the convention. They don't do that. I think one of the failures of the Red Cross movement is that it hasn't been able to develop a tool with any teeth that would allow to sort of register huge critical violations to these conventions. So I think, while the enterprise cleans up its internal messes to some extent, the geopolitical context in which we operate has become, over the past 20 years, I guess, much more complex. And the quantum leap that we are seeing in the inhumanity of war is something that we're not equipped to deal with it. States are not dealing with it very well. So that's sort of increases the sense of impotence that we sometimes have, but it also provides a challenge to ensure, or at least to press through the pressure of public opinion, that the tools that we have, the conventions that we have, you know, from the Geneva Conventions to the Convention on Refugees, Convention on Genocide, etc., that these actually mean something. And unless there is a change in how this, you know, then we're going to go into even darker times. But I'm not losing hope because, you know, I think we wouldn't be having this conversation in a Western NGO 20 years ago. And I think we need to thank INTERSOS for bringing us together in a forum where we can raise issues that are close to our heart and debate them, because, you know, debate and analysis and understanding context is crucial to what we do.
Thank you so much, Antonio. We've got about 15 to 20 minutes max for to broaden the conversation. So raise your hand. I hope there is a roving mic somewhere. Introduce yourself, say who you are, if you're affiliated to anyone, and if your question is directed to any of the panelists in particular, also please do say that. I don't know if there is a mic, otherwise you'll have to really shout. There is a mic? Yeah, we can make it work. I'll start with the lady at the back, if I may. Thank you.
Great. This is Smriti Patel from the Global Mentoring Initiative. Really great discussions, but there's an empty chair there. And I question, where are the local actors in this discussion? This is at highest level, and you are talking about them and the context where you are operating. And I feel like there's a missing voice here. And we really need to take action on this, because every time this happens, it means that there's a missing voice, right? So in a way, there are a lot of negative narratives that are there about local actors, and we hear them a lot, right? But what can we do really practically? And the change starts with us, right? To just disrupt those narratives as well. So that's one question. And the second question is, we have a lot of data. How can we use it to actually adapt and make decisions that really, that serve the population? Because at the moment, the data is serving the system and actually not the population. So how can we make better use of that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you pass the mic to the phone?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Martin Oslo. I'm a director of program for INTERSOS. And my question is for Antonio in particular, because you said that we, and you used the term we, don't see in the same way what is happening and the atrocities and the violations of humanitarian law in Ukraine and in Gaza, for example. We don't have the same perception or even the same way of speaking about it. But my answer would be, if you say we as individual, yes, probably everyone has a different history, but in this room, I think some people are much more somehow sensitive to one of the crises rather than the other. But maybe it's not the crisis you think about. So I'm just saying, as individual, yes, we have a different perception and feeling. However, as organization and humanitarian organization, I would say absolutely not. And I refuse totally this. And I think we should be clear as humanitarian organization that we are not Northern, we are not Western, and this is my very deep conviction. So, in this context where we are, and where we can be perceived as Western, as Northern, with all the problems that it can create for us to operate, and for the people to access the assistance we want to give. How do you see, in the panel, but Antonio in particular, of course, the way to de-Westernize this image to make sure that we can do our work and what we are there to do?
Thank you. Let me see if there are other questions.
Thank you. My name is Mamadou Ndiaye. I'm the acting chair of INTERSOS. I will speak on data. I think there are some consolidated data, but the change, is it not happening? I can take the example of the data, OSHA data, on the humanitarian response plan in West and Central Africa. We have a very interesting set of data in the last 8 years and even overview by countries. But in the last 5 years, the funding rate has not been more than 60%. And this year, in October, we are at the level of funding of 34% of the requirement. So the point for me is for example, interesting data like this exist, but in the last 5 years, there is no change in terms of making the situation better. So the data are there, but has not impacted or brought any change in where we are, and in some cases, it is worsening the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, lady at the back.
Thank you. Giulia Gemelli from INTERSOS. I just want to go back to the data aspect. I think more and more we are saying how much data is important, how much we need accurate and reliable data. And usually we speak for data collected at bigger level. But then I think there is a huge gap when it comes to data in the field. First of all, as also Vangelis was saying, I'm not sure we invest a lot when it comes to data collection, that it actually the biggest part of it. And for example, how much do we really discuss on what is the data we want to collect? We know the data we have to collect because of donors, as we were saying, but we don't really discuss as much as we should on what we want to collect to be efficient and to use the information for the so-called evidence-based decision-making. And then even if we do that, data collection is a technical exercise, okay? And then we need people, we need staff, we need tools, and we need systematic approaches. And then at the same time, again, for upwards accountability, we need to collect, for example, I take the example of medical projects. For each donors, we have different disaggregation. Now, that does not help. So I guess the point is, from our side, how to bridge this gap from these tables, the UN tables, the big organizations table, and the reality in the field, where we actually are in the front line. And then the other side of it is, do you think we can have any power in influencing the donors in saying, guys, why do we need to do 0, 4, 5, 11, 12, 17, and then for the same activity 0, 5, 6, 12, etc. Like, do you need it?
Thank you. Let me come, if it is really quick, because I really need to come back to the panel. can I have the mic there, one last intervention, and then we need to wrap up. Oh, okay.
Yes.
2 last interventions. Please be brief.
Yeah, be brief, okay. Thank you. My name is Anna Hidayat. I work for INTERSOS, and I work in South Sudan. So my question is briefly about, you know, the game has changed where now humanitarian is working is not just on disaster. We work in the mostly conflict area where you talk about the geopolitics is very nuanced, affected to humanitarians. And when we want to translate about being neutral, you know, so my question is, in which point, especially on advocacy level, we have to translate our neutrality to be also part of, you know, to be part of a side of minority in terms of political, you know, nuance. Because sometimes the neutrality has been translated that you should be, you know, in the middle. But we all know on the conflict zone that political is very affected to humanitarians and is also affected to our, you know, work. So I just want to know in the advocacy part how we have to be, let's say, not neutral, but, you know, still supporting, you know, our humanitarian work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one last one there.
Hello, it's actually linked to this very much, so thank you for adding me on last minute. My name is Evelyn Lannot, I work with INTERSOS. I'm head of mission in Libya and Tunisia. Question is, how do you see our role as humanitarian organization? Again, I'm building on what Anna said. As humanitarian organization today, when it comes to especially protracted crisis in advocacy, in working towards durable solutions, not just sitting there and waiting until the emergency escalates for assistance and delivering assistance and protection in terms of projects, but how do you see a role as international NGOs, humanitarian organizations on the ground, having access to indeed a lot of data and information, witnessing on the ground? So how do you see a role in advocacy, making sure that we contribute as fast as possible to achieving something towards durable solutions for the people that are affected? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of really good questions and very little time to address them. So I'll come to each of you with a primary focus. Of course, feel free to address other elements. Elisa, maybe I'll start with you. There were a number of questions around data, and how we use them, how we can be more strategic. You heard the questions, so over to you.
Okay. Yeah, really great questions. I guess a couple of thoughts come to mind. You know, in terms of how we make better decisions and how we use data, I think one of the things that we don't always think about is how to close the data loop. So in other words, we collect data, and those individuals who are collecting data, if they are able to see the reasons why, the justifications for the data that they're collecting, it sort of gives more value. It can both contribute to better data collection. It can influence decisions that are made. So at the field level. So I think closing that loop is part of a process that we can engage in to make better decisions. And I think there were a couple of questions about sort of how do we, you know, how do we collect that better data? I think, again, closing that loop is part of it. I also think there is perhaps more space than we think to push back against donors on the types of data that we're collecting. There will always be, donors will always have demands for sort of higher level data collection in order to report to their constituencies. You know, donor governments in particular are responsible to the publics that they represent. And so they have, you know, an accountability, a fiduciary responsibility, I think, to, you know, the general public that pays taxes, and it's that money that's being used. So we're never going to get around that. But I think the grand bargain, we have made progress. The grand bargain 8+3 framework, where there are 8 questions that donors are asking for, plus sort of 3 others, can help to minimize the range of data that are being collected. And then I guess the last quick point I will make is around coalitions. I think both within organizations, but also externally, there's coalitions that we can build to use data more effectively in advocacy processes. For example, I work on a tax on health. So we are working to create linkages with professional associations. So we can use the data that we collect in order to sort of raise awareness and create constituencies to advocate for change, better respect for IHL, et cetera. And I think those can also be done within the system. So sorry, I tried to be brief, but I'll end there. Thanks.
I've actually been reminded that we have until 12:30, so we can get another round of questions as well. I somehow assumed we had to finish at 12, my mistake. So we've got a bit more time. So we'll come back to you. Delphine, there were a few questions on the advocacy side as well, and how to navigate that tension, between advocacy and neutrality, advocacy in protracted crisis. So, whether you have any particular reflections on that?
Yes, so perhaps again sharing how we deal with that, including in South Sudan where we also work. So maybe it's also important to clarify that maintaining a neutral posture in operations does not mean keeping silent, being silent about violations, right? So we denounce violations of rights violations and deprivations. But the question is, do you, name the perpetrator or not? And maintaining a neutral posture usually means for us that we don't do that, but we weigh the risk benefits of doing so. In a given context, maybe the one we are witnessing at the moment, where we don't have access anyway. We have exhausted, all means of advocacy that, do not mention who is behind the unacceptable suffering we are witnessing. Then the time comes to be clear also about who is the perpetrator. But usually and we have a tool for that, actually. We have a risk-benefit analysis that helps our colleagues on the ground to decide, okay, we are denouncing this violation. Should we do it alone as CARE? Do we do it with partners? What's the risk for partners? We don't do it alone, we're going to do it collectively because that's a way of mitigating risks. And normally we don't name perpetrators, but sometimes we ask ourselves if it's time to do so because we are stuck anyway. We can't help people. It's no longer an issue of protecting our access to people in need. Perhaps one reflection about HRPs not being funded despite the data. My response to that would be, yes, it's true. We have humanitarian response plans. We have the data to develop them, and then we don't see that it generates necessarily more funding. I think in absolute value it has, but of course in percentage of the needs, it's not the case. And in fact, this year is even worse. I think the overall the global humanitarian overview for is at around 35, not even % funding globally. But what is important is that the extent of the needs, the number of people in need is visible. Because there's a big temptation also to say, well, let's make these people invisible. Then we have smaller humanitarian response plans. Maybe then we have percentages of funding that are 80% and we all look very good. But actually, people are left without assistance. So from an advocacy perspective, having the data on the real number of people in need is essential.
Maybe I'll just add something on that because this is one of my bugbears, to be honest, about the HRPs. And even before they were called appeals, is the way in which they're put together and how much, as you say, that really translate the needs on the ground. And it reminds me of the discussions that we're seeing in parallel on, the transformation of the World Bank and this big, the mantra now is better, bolder, bigger, bigger meaning more money, but before you get to more money is better, which is the efficiency. And it comes to the system as well. How much of that money is because the system is not efficient and we're not really channeling it enough to the people that need it. That's what I was saying before about is it the needs of the system or the needs of the people? So we have to really ask ourselves that question in a hard way. I mean, I've been part of writing humanitarian appeals that were written from the capital, hardly anyone, and really, assessed what it meant on the ground. It continues to be like that. Let's not kid ourselves. We know how they're written. We need to be honest, and we need to really push, for a more meaningful change if we want to be truthful to our mission as humanitarian. But there were a number of other very important questions. Smoothie said it very importantly, where is the local voice? That's one for you for the Humanitarian Congress of INTERSOS next year. How do we disrupt the narratives if we don't help as international partners amplify, profile, share the stage with our local colleagues, national colleagues?
Correct, and you are right. Most probably needed to be here. From our side, we will make for the next year. But I want to correct one thing. You mentioned something about negative narrative about, it's not like that. We need to operate as humanitarian in a different way from our local partners. We needed to find, nobody talked about negative narrative. Without them, we will not be able to operate. So it needs to be very clear to all of us, this thing. Local partners are the ones that open the doors for us. They are supporting us in our needs assessments in order to understand the gaps and the needs that we need then to go up and fill. And from our side, we started also investing a lot also in our local partner meetings. Because as I said, we were working in different modalities. So we are, I think, not only us, most of the organizations starting operating, starting supporting them also in order how to enter, because if you are going to see what happened in the Ukraine crisis, a very low percentage went to the local partners of the funds available. So, but why? Because they didn't have the knowledge on how also to enter in this funding mechanism. So what we are doing right now is apart all the material assistance, let's say, is also to instruct them on how to use these humanitarian machines that may be able to enter right now. Another thing is that it's not true that they don't have voice. More and more, at least at the local level, perhaps not at this type of thing that is international, but more and more at the local level, the majority are national organizations, national colleagues, local organizations that are operating on the field, and they are giving their added value. Perhaps we need to invest even more in order to bring them in similar conventions in order to hear them internationally. But at the local level, more and more the voices are there, the participation is there, they do have a voice because they know, and I want just to repeat it again, they know exactly what we are talking about because we are talking about their country, their needs. They are part of the aid that we are going to give.
Thanks, Vangelis. Antonio, the question to you. How do we de-Westernize our Western-centered organizations?
Good question. I used to think, and I even probably wrote it, that, I used to say universal ethos, Western apparatus. And, that our principles are universal, but that, of course, the baggage that we bring in running a Western finance system is problematic. But there are some people who question this, and I'm starting to doubt myself, that the universality that we talk about is a Western universality. And we haven't had the conversation with our friends, our partners, and people who don't like us in the places where we work about what it means to be universal and what it means to be, if this universality is challenged. If the universality is challenged, then we have a problem, because so far I see little willingness in the places where the power is held to challenge the way in which we operate. Yes, we talk about localization. Yes, we talk even about decolonization. But in practice, Smruti will tell us, what is the percentage of funding that goes directly to local organizations? It used to be 2% a few years ago. Maybe it's gone up a bit, but it hasn't transformed, and neither has the grand bargain transformed fundamentally the way in which we work. And so I think that we have made progress in understanding how we are perceived. We have made progress also in talking about upward and downward accountability, but the fundamentals, the software that runs our humanitarian enterprise is still a software that has its origins in the north. And I remember, I worked in Afghanistan for many, many years, and way back in the 80s and early 90s, we, OCHA, or whatever it was called then, were seen as, and the NGOs in general, were seen as the only window on the world that suffering populations that were caught in the middle of a war and huge displacement, we were a window on the outside world for them. I think now it's changed, and this a friend of mine wrote an article about how locals in Afghanistan perceive IHL, and she interviewed some people who were very close to the Taliban. This was 8-9 years ago, and one of them said to her, when you guys first came around here, we thought of you as benevolent strangers, but now we've realized that you're agents of Western imperialism. The work that the agency hasn't changed, but the perception of what we do had changed. So I think, I think it's good that we're having this conversation, but we have to translate this conversation into some form of actual change on the ground. Otherwise, we can write articles and be happy. But, I think there's I don't know how this conversation is going to go, but it has to happen.
Just to add my own reflection on this, we wrote in that Time to Let Go report how much universality has become imbued with the cultural paternalism, we called it, of the sector. We as Western organizations have defined the standard, has created, the software, as Antonio calls it, in a benevolent way, maybe, have been sort of, saying that we know better. And we hear that from a lot of partners. These standards, this scientific or technical knowledge that is up there, it may be held as the standard, but it actually blocks us from our own analysis, looking as a local organization, think tank, operator, our own analysis, our own traditions, our own experience, our own cultures, they're just not considered the same way, and they don't shape the universal response or the universality of the system. And so that's where we need to reflect in how we shift this way of operating, as exactly as you say, Antonio, how we make sure that all these discussions are translated into real change, because otherwise they ring hollow for our partners. We got another 15 minutes apparently, so more questions or comments. I know I'm standing in the way of lunch, I'm acutely aware, I'm in Rome, that's important. But let's see.
Well, just a minor addition about advocacy. I mean, I didn't speak about private advocacy, obviously, but that's perhaps what all of us do the most, right? It's not just about publishing statements, and sometimes it's actually by far the most effective. So just wanted to add that.
Any more questions? Otherwise, I can give you 15 extra minutes for lunch. I don't see Chiara, but I think people are, yes, colleague, yeah. She's getting in the way, no, I'm joking. There must be a roving mic somewhere that got lost with the last question, maybe over there, I don't know. Shout. Does anyone have the mic that was going around before? We lost the mic. Exactly. Yes, a good indicator of the power.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Asma Ali, and I work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's not a question, it's a very quick reaction on the last statement from Antonio on the change that's required. And I want to understand a bit if you meant the changes into the perceptions or into the apparatus.
Well, perceptions become realities. So it's very important to change the perceptions, but that's not sufficient, clearly. I think we have to, think, Sarah asked, what's the humanitarian enterprise going to look like in the future, 20 years from now? I think we have to prepare for the change that's coming. And in this shift, geopolitical shift from a Western-dominated world to a much more multipolar world, the humanitarian enterprise, which many see as functional to the values and liberal democracy values that the West has been promoting, more or less. You can argue how it's done it, but is that going to continue, this sort of linkage between the values of liberal democracy and human rights and humanitarian action? I don't know. I think we need to have much more discussion on these issues in the field with our partners and of course also at headquarters. But it's difficult because the power is still very much concentrated in the donors and the big agencies, and it's going slow. I think we would all like to see it go faster, but clearly it's a conversation that has to take place.
Thank you. Is there any final questions? I'll just wrap up. No. I think it's been a great exchange, very open. Once again, confirming that we're making baby steps in the change that is needed. And I hope for the rest of the day we'll discuss how we can accelerate that transformation, because there is, as I was saying this morning, the risk that we will become irrelevant in this wider transformation of geopolitics and the structure of the aid system. And that would be a shame, because the complementarity, the value of the experience of what is today's international humanitarian system is important to preserve. It's important that complementarity stays. But if we want that complementarity to stay, we really need to accompany the transformation, or we will no longer be part of these conversations, and humanitarian action will look very different going forward. I'm encouraged to see so many young people in the audience, and I hope the young people can be those agents of change that push different political realities, different political narratives, that push politicians to act in a different way. We're making progress on the climate side because young people have pushed for that change, still slow, but definitely dominates the narrative. We need the same to make sure that we believe in a fairer world where crises are all dealt with in the same way, and where there is the same political resolve to address the needs of people who are suffering. But thank you very much to Delphine, Larissa, Antonio, and Vangelis. And please join me in thanking them.
Okay, thanks to all the panelists. We have a 15 minutes break. There's coffee and biscuits outside.
Mi sentite? Aspetta, allora voi avete due...
Ciao Nadia.
Ciao.
No, sto aspettando mezzo secondo che finiscano l'intervista, se no gliela faccio buttare. È una piccola finezza.
pronto.
So, please take a seat when you can. We restart with this session dedicated to the presentation of the working papers of the students of the Sant'Anna School of Pisa. It's a very important session for us for different reasons. First of all, because we are including new researchers, new voices in our debate, and also, and probably most of all, because it's part of an ongoing and very meaningful collaboration with the Sant'Anna School in Pisa to identify, to exchange understanding and views of the humanitarian environment, and to find the angles of research that can link to INTERSOS's work in the field. This session is part of a work that has been going on for the past 2 years and will continue in the coming months and years, identifying new ways of doing research on humanitarian issues. I want to thank, first of all, the students who are joining us today. Nadia Bamoshmush, she's online with us, who is presenting a research on the denial of access of humanitarian assistance in the Yemeni conflict, starvation as a method of warfare. We have quite challenging topics to discuss. Teresa Rasella, who is here with us, will present her work on humanitarian access in civil wars, lessons learned from practitioners in northwest Syria. And Matilde Sacchi will present on satellites for humanitarian aid, which impact on humanitarian access. Let me pass the mic and leave the floor to Emanuele Sommario, who is a big friend of INTERSOS and a professor of international law at the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna di Pisa, to not only to present these panels that we will do, but to expand on our collaboration and the work we are doing together. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. Good morning, everyone. Well, sorry, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think one of the last panelists spoke about the need to have new generation engaged in this sort of dialogue, and here we are, once more. INTERSOS is ahead of times. As Giovanni was saying, my name is Emanuele Sommario. I teach international law, specifically international humanitarian law and disaster law at the Scuola Sant'Anna. And we've been running a very fruitful cooperation with INTERSOS over the last few years. As a university, we do organize plenty of courses concerning humanitarian assistance, development cooperation, and of course, we're always looking for experienced practitioners to come and intervene in our courses, and INTERSOS has always been very useful in this, very available in this respect, especially Costas, also Giovanni, whom I thank for their availability. And when they asked us to sort of structure this cooperation a bit more, we thought it would be a great opportunity, especially because we put a lot of value in including views coming from the field in our research, and INTERSOS will be making available to our young researchers, the data, the experience of their staff working in conflict areas, and on the basis of this, then our students, our researchers will produce contributions, hopefully will then up in a yearly publication that INTERSOS and the Scuola will be jointly editing. How this panel came about, the idea was to see if there were already students dealing with these issues, and we knew that there were. So together with my colleagues, Luca Raineri, who is here today and will be moderating one of the next panels, and Francesco Srazzari, we made a call for papers to which many students replied, and eventually, in the end, we selected these 3 papers. The way in which this panel will be structured is a bit differently than what we've seen this morning, in the sense that we thought it would be better for each of the 3 students to briefly present the contents and findings of their research, and then open up the floor for a final Q&A session at the very end. So this is how we will proceed, and we will start with Nadia Babosmouche, who is a student of the Masters in Human Rights and Conflict Management at the Scuola, who is connected from Erbil, I understand, is that correct? Nadia, where she is carrying out an internship with INTERSOS, surprise, surprise. And Nadia will present in the coming 10, 11 minutes tops on the denial of access of humanitarian assistance in the Yemeni conflict, starvation as a method of warfare. Somebody was mentioning today forgotten crisis, forgotten conflict. Now, unfortunately, this is one of the examples in which the attention of the international community and of donors, notably, has been, let's say, not as constant as it should have been. So, Nadia, you have the floor, please.
Okay, hello everybody. I hope you can see my presentation well. Can you
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can see.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, thanks to Professor Sommario for his kind introduction. It is a great honor for me being here speaking to this audience full of admirable experts and colleagues. The topic that I will be covering today concerns, in fact, the use of starvation as a method of warfare in the Yemeni conflict. Through legal and political analysis of, one second, I cannot move the, okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Through a legal and political analysis of the situation in Yemen, the research question that I had in mind was, how is starvation used in the Yemeni conflict, and how can this be limited, or if not limited, at least faced for the sake of the civilian population? So starting first of all from the legal understanding of starvation as a method of warfare in the Yemeni conflict, it is important to understand which branches of international law are relevant. And for this case, at least 2 should be mentioned, which are international humanitarian law and international criminal law. This, of course, does not mean that other branches of international law or national law are not relevant. For example, starvation is an obvious violation of international human rights law, Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or Article 11 of the International Covenant of Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, ratified by Yemen, in fact. But since, as you all know, Yemen has been facing a conflict that has been going on for almost a decade, and which has caused one of the worst humanitarian crises at a global level, IHL and ICL for sure have to be mentioned. Starting from international humanitarian law, first of all, it is very important to categorize the Yemeni conflict. And despite the fact that there are many states involved actively in the conflict, Saudi Arabia, United States, Iran, United Arab Emirates, to name the most relevant, Yemen is still categorized as a non-international armed conflict. Therefore, the laws applicable are the Common Article 3 to the Geneva Conventions and second additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions pertaining to the protection of victims in non-international armed conflicts, alongside, of course, customary international law.
Nadia, sorry to interrupt you, but are you moving on with the slides? Because we still see just one white slide with the title.
No, yes, I will move on right now.
Okay, sorry.
And so specifically with regards to starvation, I have to mention at least 3 articles. Common Article 3 to the Geneva Conventions that lays the very ground rules concerning the conduct of the warring parties in non-international armed conflict. Article 14 of the second additional protocol to the Geneva Convention. And here, as you can read, starvation it is stated that starvation of civilian as a method of combat is prohibited. This means that the warring party cannot utilize starvation of civilians to carry on their political or military agenda. Moreover, this article interestingly prohibited attacks, destruction, removal, or for this purpose, objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. The last and third article that I would like to mention concerning international humanitarian law is Article 18 of the second additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions, in which it is stated that relief actions for the civilian population, which are of an exclusively humanitarian and impartial nature, shall be undertaken under the consent of the high contracting party concerned, which of course for this case is Yemen. This, of course, brings some food for thought with regards, and this has already been mentioned in the previous panel, what should the role of non-state actors with regards to humanitarian access. But for the moment, Article 18 is what is available in the additional protocol 2 of the Geneva Conventions. Moving to international criminal law, it should be mentioned that, in fact, Yemen has not ratified their own statute. So technically, it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. However, no one knows. Yemen might ratify in the future their own statute. And there are also possible venues through which we can invoke the responsibility of individuals who have committed crimes in Yemen or Yemen individuals under the International Criminal Court. And therefore, it is important to mention Article 8 of the Rome Statute, which concerns war crimes and which includes, starting from 2019, the starvation as a war crime also in non-international armed conflicts. So what is the situation in Yemen? In my research paper, in collaboration with local NGOs and by analyzing and studying papers of international NGOs and international organizations, I tried to identify the ways in which starvation is used as a method of warfare by the two main warring parties, which are the Houthi rebels on one side, who are controlling the majority of the north of the country, and the internationally recognized government backed by the Saudi-led coalition on the other side. So the outcomes of my research brought to these at least three violations by the Houthi rebels. So restriction on humanitarian access from NGOs and other organizations. And this was actually mentioned by the Director General at the very beginning of this morning of INTERSOS. Disproportionate destruction of objects indispensable for the survival of the civilian population. And finally, use of landmines to impede the access to agricultural facilities and to public civilian places. On the other hand, the internationally recognized government and the Saudi-led coalition have used starvation through these ways. First of all, they carried out airstrikes and military attacks on civilian agricultural infrastructures and water facilities, and this has been widely documented and proved. Since 2016, the Saudi-led coalition has imposed a de facto naval, aerial, and land blockade on Yemen. And the third point that you can see here in this slide concerns more generally Yemen, but the country has been facing in the last years the limits of decreased international funding for the country. For example, the World Food Programme, which is the most important humanitarian actor in the country, has cut in the last year its funding by 28%. So as a consequence of everything that I have said so far, the situation is that 70% of the civilian population in Yemen relies on humanitarian assistance or humanitarian aid to survive, and 17.3 million of the Yemeni citizens living in Yemen out of a population of 33 million are food insecure. The thing, however, is Yemen, it's not that it's an unfertile ground, it's not that it doesn't have the resources. Despite the fact that it lacks capacities and the agricultural infrastructure to feed its population, and despite the fact that Yemen is increasingly facing the consequences of climate change, Yemen is still the Arabia Felix, the green land that the Romans would talk about. In substance, I would say that Yemen is not starving, rather it is being starved. So what are the possible solutions for Yemen? In my research paper, I tried to identify what could be the possible venues that could facilitate or help and alleviate the suffering of the Yemeni civilian population. And of course, as a student, the first thing that came to my mind was the implementation of international law. The issue, however, with international law and law in general is that it is as strong as the political will to implement it. And if this is lacking, as it has been demonstrated throughout the years for the Yemeni context, then international law cannot be relevant. Secondly, political agreements between the warring parties could be a solution to alleviate and to help the Yemeni civilian population that is tremendously suffering. However, again, here, the political will and political interests are prioritized instead of the civilian population and well-being, and anything could change at any moment. For example, despite the fact that in the last month there has been a rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and this has brought hope to the Yemeni population, the very recent declaration of war by the Houthi rebels against Israel could be a turning point, which can cause much more damage to the people living in the country. Finally, hoping an increase of international funding for humanitarian assistance in Yemen is a possible solution. I'm questioning whether it is feasible or it is realistic and can happen. But in the long term, it's not as sustainable. I try to demonstrate in my research paper that it's not as sustainable and as adapt as it could be. Finally, in my research paper, I tried to advance, I wouldn't say solutions, but venues that could at least bring the issue of starvation of the Yemen civil population to the media's attention. First of all, it is important to carry on research and documentation. As Professor Somari was saying, Yemen is one of those forgotten wars. So it is important that more and more people are engaged and research what is going on to gather in international media's attention and international stakeholders that actually can take action and then try to solve or at least impact on civilian people's life. Moreover, it is important that now we document abuses, not only violations of prohibition of starvation, but any kind of abuse of human rights or international humanitarian law for future, I hope really not in the very future, but close future, potential processes of transitional justice. The second venue that I identified in my research paper, and it's one of the core topics of this whole day, is the improvement of humanitarian efforts. And specifically, I tried to identify two venues. First of all, it is important to secure alternative funding for humanitarian assistance, and not only international funding, but innovative solutions. And secondly, and there will be a whole panel in which people with much more expertise than me will discuss about it, it is important to promote the localization of humanitarian interventions so that the Yemeni local actors take charge of the situation and implement and provide more sustainable and adapt solutions. So to conclude, I will have my very brief presentation. I will have to be very honest. The situation in Yemen is not looking the greatest. So it is really important that as researchers, students, humanitarian actors, and operators, we carry on discussing about Yemen. We don't forget about it. We keep talking and we keep trying to find new solutions for this country, for this Arabe Felix that I fell in love with, and I wish and I hope you all fall in love with as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nadia. A truly insightful presentation on a topic which I understand is particularly dear to you, even for personal reasons. And I think it's interesting to see how your presentation resonates with some of the things that have been mentioned this morning. And also thank you for sticking to the timeline, because now I have the opportunity to pass the floor to Teresa Rasella, who is a student of our Masters in International Security Studies, which we run together with the University of Trento, and who has joined us from Geneva this morning because she's carrying out an internship with the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. And Teresa will present on the topic of humanitarian access in civil wars, lessons learned from practitioners in northwest Syria, a very complex scenario also because it has not been only the theater of a very bloody armed conflict, but also of a natural disaster recently. So we're interested to see and to what findings you found from your research.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you, INTERSOS, for this great opportunity. So the increasing non-international armed conflicts in the last decades have left humanitarians with many questions on how to access the population in need in this situation. For this reason, I embarked in a research quest to try to understand what are the main challenges that practitioners are facing on the field and possible solutions to access the most vulnerable. So a quick overview of my brief presentation. I will first look at my research question and the methodology I've used, to then try to look at the specific context I looked at, which is Northwest Syria. We will look at the context and then try to draw from the practitioner insights what are the main challenges and possible solutions for humanitarian access. Finally, we will see how the earthquake response has impacted on access, and then I will try to draw from some final conclusion that could also give meaningful insights in other civil war contexts. So first of all, let's dive into the first part, what have I researched and how? As I mentioned, I tried to pinpoint the main challenges to secure access in civil wars and how to overcome them. To address this question, I first done a literature review, which has not been very conclusive, so I decided to focus on a specific case study, which is Northwest Syria. I've done so through 10 in-depth qualitative interviews with field staff, both in Gaziantep, where I was this summer for a project, and also online, mainly from members of local NGOs, but also of the UN and of consultancy firms. Okay, so I guess many of you will already know the context, but so that everyone is on the same page. So Syria, after 11 years of civil wars, is currently divided in 3 main areas. In red, you see the regime-held. Okay, in red, you see the regime-held areas. In blue, the ones controlled by Kurdish forces, and then in the northwest, in green, the area we will talk about. So focusing on Northwest Syria. Northwest Syria has a population of 4.5 million people, of which 4.1 million are considered people in need. It is in itself a territorially divided territory. So we see the Syrian Salvation Government, which controlled Greater Idlib, which is the civil branch of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Whereas you see where there are the yellow dots, the part of northern Aleppo, which is under the Syrian interim government, under which there are an umbrella of armed groups, and there are also significant bearing of Turkey, which has invaded the area in 2016 and 2018. This already complex scenario has been struck in February 2023 with a tremendous earthquake that has left in Northwest Syria alone 4,500 deaths. And also, it was after I finished my interviews, but there has been a recent peak in hostilities from September 2023 on. Turning now to the humanitarian system in Northwest Syria, we have the United Nations that bring forward mainly cross-border operations, cross-line through regime-held areas, and then have the lead of the coordination system. Then we have NGOs, local and international, that both work cross-border, also through commercial lines, and then directly implement projects on the ground. Finally, we have the de facto authorities that also have an important role. In the SSG area, in both areas, the local councils are very important for the implementation of projects, and it's very interesting to me that in the SIG areas, not only the local councils are relevant, but also AFAD and the Turkish representative. AFAD is part of the Turkish Ministry of Interior Affairs, showing how this third country is also significant bearing. So now that we understand what we're talking about, we can go through what are the main humanitarian access challenges in Northwest Syria. First, the practitioner told me about in the interviews. So first, of course, is the security situation. There has been a recent upsurge in hostilities. In October 2023 alone, there have been 70 killings, of which 1/3 is considered to be children. And you can see it in this map. Maybe it's a bit small, but the X are all airstrike from regime-held areas. And there are some particularly hard to reach areas, especially in the front line. To cope with these, NGOs have some risk management procedures, but also have significantly underlined how local acceptance is crucial to ensure the security of NGOs and also as a protective presence. Then there are major legal concerns because of the control by non-state armed groups of the area. The UN, until 2014, could not operate in Northwest Syria. because the Syrian government was not giving the consent to do so, and according to international humanitarian law, you need the consent of the state in order to conduct humanitarian operations. For this reason, from 2014, a UN Security Council resolution have ensured access through Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq, but this resolution has been progressively hampered and politicized, so that nowadays there is only one crossing from Turkey, and every 6 to 12 months, the issue was so politicized that NGOs were really unable to plan in the long term and to deliver really sustainable projects. The interviewees have tried to present me with some possible means to overcome the stalemates of the cross-border resolution. One is to get rid of the resolution altogether. The second is to continue UN operations without a resolution. And then we have the continuation of the cross-border mechanism through the consent of Assad. The first two options have both significant shortcomings. So first of all, NGOs nowadays are not considered to have the capacity to take on all the operation that UN is doing, especially in the food security clusters. And secondly, for the UN to continue to operate but without a resolution, which is what many legal scholars say that is what should have been done in the first place, nowadays could result in security hazards and to the targeting of humanitarians. The third option is the one that is currently in place. So in this summer, there was the impossibility to go over with a new resolution, and so the UN has struck a deal with Assad since August to continue its operation in northwest Syria. This is particularly dangerous, and NGOs have denounced how this will lead down the line to further hampering of humanitarian access and further politicization, because they are subjecting the delivery of aid to the will of the actor that has put people in need in the first place, and that has all the interest in seeing them, seeing their situation deteriorating further. Then another legal concern are the sanction and counterterrorism regimes in place that put many burdens on NGOs from a bureaucratical point of view, and then have an overall chilling effect in the sense that many donors, banks, and humanitarian actors don't want to operate here in the first place because of the legal conundrum and possible legal implications of operating. And possible means to address it, affirmed by the interviewees, could be more concerted advocacy efforts, or also laying on UN resolution that have tried to address this issue. So coordination is another major obstacle to humanitarian access, according to interviewees. The most prominent issue that has been underlined is the remote management, in the sense that all the coordination, all the cluster system works mainly from Gaziantep. And so it's not directly connected to the ground. And what a practitioner has stated to me multiple times is that if the coordination was happening inside northwest Syria or in both places, access will be better because there will be better knowledge of the local context. Then second, the relationship with donors is also problematic. There is not enough funding, and donors try to bring forward their own agenda. And some local NGOs have told me how they're trying to find new donors that are more flexible, such as private foundations. And finally, the interference of authorities. So the authorities are more or less collaborative with humanitarians because they rely on their aid to gain legitimacy and to ensure the well-being of the population, but some instances of aid diversion or corruption are still recorded. For this solution is concerted advocacy, because the local actors are so dependent on aid. If donors and NGOs come together, it's possible that they can yield some significant improvement in access, and this has been recorded actually in the past. And finally, I think it's meaningful to underline also, because there will be a fourth panel on this, that even if I didn't ask, a lot of times during interviews it came up the issue of localization, both in the sense that they would like to have more capacity building for their own local staff and to substitute international with locals for as much as possible, and then to gain local acceptance, as said. And this will lead to sustainable operations, because it's unbelievable that in Syria, after 11 years, there is still an emergency programming and the inability to look further than 6 or 12 months. Okay, now let's look at the earthquake zones, because I think the disaster has brought to light all these issues. The humanitarian system has been unable to respond properly to the earthquake, and this is due to many different causes that I cannot delve into right now. I think one of the most notable is that international search and rescue teams did not come into the country because of the legal consequences that could arise. And so people were left under the debris because of these shortcomings. And some positive, let's say, consequences is that access in a way has improved. There have been new border crossings, although still under the regime of Assad. UN and donors have entered northwest Syria, which had never happened before, and so they could see more the reality on the ground and could yield positive results in terms of coordination. There's been an increase on funding and an ease of sanctions and counterterrorism regulations, which shows that if there is the political will to do so, internal access challenges can be overcome. So now I will try to summarize and try to yield some conclusion that could be applied also in other contexts. So first of all, the issue of state consent in operation in territories controlled by non-state armed groups is crucial because of the shortcomings that the cross-border resolution has shown, and there is a need to rethink aid in this sort of situation, which I think the NGOs I've spoken to couldn't give really answer because I think that it needs a more systematic review. And that the state-centric paradigm should become less state-centric and more human-centric, I think. And finally, where non-state armed groups have territorial control, humanitarians represent a crucial asset. So concerted advocacy effort can overcome the shortcomings and the humanitarian access challenges that come from these actors in the first place. And finally, the issue of localization. Localization is crucial to ensure security, and remote management, although it's a security risk management measure itself, it should be addressed properly and try to understand also the issue it could lead to. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Now you can retake your breath because you've been. It's been a very intense presentation, I must say. Thank you. I think it's very interesting. Again, some of the topics you've raised have been discussed and possibly will be discussed later on by other panels. Yes, I think you're right. State consent is one of the big issues that should be addressed, but it's there in the treaties, so it's difficult to reinterpret something which is written black and white on the second additional protocol and other IHL treaties. But you're right that is one of the shortcomings of the applicable legal framework. Having said that, last but not least, I would now like to introduce to you Matilde Sacchi, who is also a student of the Master International Security Studies, the same one Teresa is attending. She's currently completing her studies in Trento, and she will be presenting on satellites for humanitarian aid, which impact on humanitarian access. Somebody this morning was mentioning the importance of data, of knowledge, and satellite technologies and satellite apps are one of the means that everyone in the field, including humanitarian agencies, have been using in order to collect data and to communicate data, but there might be problems with all of this, and Matilde will tell us what sort of problems we're facing. Please, Matilde.
Yes, right. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you all for being here. Today, we'd like to present you a short reflection on the use of satellites for humanitarian aid and on the impact that those may have on humanitarian access. First, I will give you a short overview on the changes that are currently occurring in the space sector. Then, after the enunciation of our research question, we will evaluate the benefits that satellites may apport to humanitarian activities. And later on, we will problematize this optimistic view by highlighting some issues that are engendered by an indiscriminate applications of satellites to humanitarian action. So what's happening in space? In the last decades, small and nano satellites have revolutionized the space industry by providing an option for cost-effective space launches and by undertaking several specific tasks. In fact, the small size and weight of these satellites makes them much cheaper to launch than traditional ones, and they can also be equipped with sophisticated technologies like sensors or cameras, thus bringing forth custom-built solutions. Such advantages have contributed to the so-called democratization of space, which is the enlargement of the arena of satellites producers and users that now includes not only traditional actors like states, but also private companies, scientific organizations, startups, amateurs, NGOs. Therefore, the use of satellites has been spread also to the commercial and humanitarian sector. But do satellites really favor humanitarian access? In order to answer this question, we should first agree on the meaning of the relevant terms. By satellites, we actually mean three different kinds of technologies. Earth observations consist in the gathering of data about the physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of the planet that can be performed via remote sensing, namely through optical sensors, cameras, or radars. Then, global navigation satellite systems provide positioning, navigation, and timing signals, while satellite communications provide voice or internet connectivity. Then, for what concerns humanitarian access, we stick on the notion provided by the relevant resolutions of the UN General Assembly, first of all, the 46/182, and the notion provided by the Global Protection Cluster. According to these definitions, humanitarian access is a principled endeavor and a two-way process, whereby both humanitarian operators have access to the population in need for assistance and the population in need has actively access to assistance. So at a first sight, we could say that satellites do favor humanitarian access since they provide crucial and up-to-date information to humanitarians, which is always required in all the phases of the deployment of humanitarian action. And it also provides additional means to communicate for the population in need to express their needs actively. Moreover, in more a comparative view, satellites support some benefits, like they increase predictability, since satellite data is usually coupled with analytical tools that can predict outcomes. So, for example, they can foresee the degradation of a certain situation. Then satellites can protect staff and also humanitarian resources through remote management, at least in some phases. For example, remote evaluation can be deployed before entering humanitarian resources on the ground. Satellites can also automatize and speed up certain tasks since they provide the data in a timely, repeatable, and cost-efficient manner. And to conclude, they also promote transparency. Satellite data are collected in standardized manners, and therefore there is a spread accountability across the stakeholders that collect and refine satellite data. Nevertheless, this first evaluation implicitly considers humanitarian organizations and populations in need as if they were internally homogeneous groups. And on the contrary, there are remarkable differences existing both between distinct humanitarian organizations, between distinct populations in need, and within each of them. We will try to unpack those differences and draw some conclusions which are undesirable, but that should be taken into consideration when applying satellites. First, not all humanitarian organizations have sufficient economic resources and training opportunities to use satellites. And since the most disadvantaged ones usually are the very small ones and those located in the global south, this could be hinder the localization turn in the humanitarian sector. Also, within a humanitarian organization, not all workers have adequate technical knowledge to use satellites, and therefore the effect of securing humanitarian staff can only happen maybe on the most skilled, on the high-skilled humanitarian workers, and therefore satellites would just contribute to shifting the security risk. Then, for what concerns populations in need, they differ for what concerns both the allocation of aid, the resources, and for what concerns media coverage. And if satellites are only applied to those crises that are already we could say, the most favored ones, they could create the perception that some crises are more manageable than others and further influence the allocation of aid. And also, for what concerns people that are affected by the same humanitarian crisis, not all the needs of all people are easily detectable by satellites. For example, psychological needs are not. And this can engender some discriminatory effect while delivering relief. The second critique to the first evaluation concerns, in fact, builds on the consideration that satellites are not inert and neutral artifacts, since they are produced and developed and used by specific actors with specific aims and needs. Among these actors, the military ones are still very relevant, and this can have remarkable implications for what concerns satellites' application to humanitarian activities. First, there is the concrete risk of obstacles and delays to the spread to the humanitarian and commercial sectors of technologies which were first designed for or by military actors. Usually, the transfer to civilian uses requires significant and additional investments in research and development. And the second implication is the issue of dual use. Dual use really constitutes a risk for humanitarian actors, since it allows the satellite assets they rely on to be targeted and damaged, and it may also undermine the neutrality, the perceived neutrality at least, of humanitarian organizations. The example of Starlink's employment during the war in Ukraine well illustrates the difficulties connected to the issue of dual use. In fact, the lack of transparency by the side of the satellite provider SpaceX arose the issue of Starlink's targetability and indirectly delegitimized the claims that Starlink was really fundamental for the ongoing of humanitarian activities. To conclude, satellites may favor humanitarian access, but only if some conditions are met. First, some measures could be taken to contrast satellites' unequal availability across humanitarian organizations, and also the discriminatory effect that their application may engender. And then some regulatory and maybe international cooperation efforts are needed to promote a clear-cut distinction, at least in war setting, for what concerns satellites, actors, uses, and scopes. So thank you all, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Matilde. Again, a very, very interesting presentation with many ramifications, I think, especially when you were describing the potential military use of outer space, which is a trend which is also very worrying. And of course, the possible ramification on those who will be using these satellites, these technologies, to carry out humanitarian assistance work, which it is obviously a very important progress, but it has, as you said, worrying implications. Having said that, we have 15 minutes before the lunch break. I already see a hand raised in the back, so I was actually going to invite you to ask questions to our panelists, both Nadia and also Matilde and Teresa here. If you could quickly introduce yourself. Well, I know you, but maybe the others.
Sure. Ed Schenkenberg, working with a think tank called Here Geneva. Really exciting session, probably because indeed my background is international law as well. So lots of what you talked about really speaks to my heart. Thanks so much for what you presented. And Matilde, I didn't think I had a question for you, but I do have a question for you actually too. So I start with Nadia. In your sources of international law, you didn't mention Security Council Resolution 2417. I don't want to become too technical, but that's a resolution that particularly focuses on hunger and war. So I wonder, was there a particular reason you didn't look at that resolution? And second, to what degree do you think that malnutrition indicators could provide a source of data to prove starvation? Because I think there's a real opportunity there that we don't use enough in a way. The problem that generally we see is that humanitarians talk about famine. Too often that becomes a funding discussion. Starvation is a discussion about rights, justice, and accountability. And that is, I think, is a very significant difference that we need to much more think about. So that was my question to you. Teresa, on the cross-border issue, I would say there's different rules I mean, that UN agencies would follow Security Council resolutions and international law around sovereignty and all that, I would understand. But NGOs, I would say, actually, I mean, and there's legitimate reasons we could take cross-border operations precisely when there's a situation of starvation. So do you actually think there's a difference in the way international law applies to UN organizations as opposed to NGOs? And my last question, Mathilde, I learned a lot. I thought it was very, very exciting. I don't know, actually, I'm certainly not a specialist at all in the law on outer space. But if we would do a crowdfunding action, start paying for a satellite, could we just, launch one and then in fact, look for a commercial option? Could we just launch one tomorrow and start monitoring access in, I don't know where? It's a question, really showing my ignorance on the space of outer law. Thanks.
Nadia.
I think some problems with the audio. Could you please repeat the question?
She's having problems with the audio. Could you please repeat the question? Sorry.
Thank you.
So the Security Council resolutions are part of international law as well, source of international law. Resolution 2417 of 2018 particularly talked about hunger and warfare. So it particularly looks at starvation, and it also established a mechanism to actually monitor practices of starvation. Now, I'm not sure, actually, I haven't looked enough in how that mechanism actually is used. I do know more and more organizations, NGOs, Global Rights Compliance is one that particularly looks at the practice of starvation in a number of conflicts now. So fortunately, there's kind of more monitoring to it, but I didn't know if you were deliberately ignoring that resolution for some reason or not, and what you knew perhaps about the mechanism that has been created under that resolution, looking at starvation.
Okay. No, for sure, I had taken into account this resolution, although I think that I did not deliberately ignore it, but I wanted to focus mainly on humanitarian law and international criminal law due to my background as a law student. But for sure, this brings some food for thoughts, and it would be interesting also in my working paper to add some parts concerning the UN Security Council activity, which is of course very important and relevant, especially when resolutions are adopted under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. So yeah, definitely we'll dig that deeper in the future.
Thank you. I should also add that your input is very valuable, because the idea is that our presenters will then incorporate your suggestions in the paper before they're being published. So please feel free to ask questions. Teresa, you were the next.
Yeah, there is indeed a difference between UN and NGO operation in northwest Syria. I think I was speaking fast and there was not enough time, but if you look at the paper, there is more in-depth analysis of this. So basically, the UN is only working through the UN Security Council cross-border resolution, nowadays with Assad consent. UN staff does not enter northwest Syria. It has entered from the earthquake on, but before it didn't. Whereas NGOs are working with the cross-border with the UN, but also through commercial lines, because they don't need to comply with international law. I don't know if my professor would disagree, but what the practitioners have told me is that they work through commercial lines, before the resolution, and they will continue to work with commercial lines after the resolution ends. That's why one of the contingency plans that are put in place in case the cross-border is not renewed, that was put in place this summer, was that there will be an NGO takeover of operations, because NGOs are not complying with the UN's cross-border mechanism. The issue is that, is there the capacity for NGOs to take over all the work that UN is doing? So in the contingency planning I was told about, there is, but just for the food security, which is very crucial, there was not. The work program or operations could not be substituted by NGOs. So indeed, it is a possibility. It is in the contingency planning, but it's not considered that the NGOs can actually take over the UN. And for the legal side, I don't know if my professor has come.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree that NGOs are not subjects of international law that are bound by international law, but they are objects of international law, meaning that, for instance, if this is what the question was hinting at, they would still need the consent of the state to operate on Syrian territory. And hence, this begs again the question whether it makes sense to ask Mr. Assad for consent to operate in areas where he's not present, which are not under his control, where he victimized the population very much. But I agree with you that technically speaking, NGOs are not bound, let's say, by IHL and other treaties. Matilda, you're the last question.
Yes, for what concerns space law regulation, at the international level, it is the literature considers it already outdated, since it is paradoxical, but the most regulated part in space law is space law for peaceful purposes, because this was the intent at the very beginning of satellites, exploration through satellites. We could do crowdfunding. So let's say that the regulation for what concerns, for example, the launches of satellites are very fragmented, and also the space policies are very fragmented. And it is curious to know that some countries' first satellites, it is the case of Bangladesh, were launched for the first time by universities, so not even by national space agencies. So yes, the entrepreneurship in small and nano satellites launches is really at the micro level, and nano satellites are also called CubeSats usually, and they weigh less than 1.3 kilo, and they cost just a few $1,000s. So yes, if we made a crowdfunding and obtained the right permits, I think we could.
So Kostas, find place in your budget to buy a few satellites so that INTERSOS has reliable information. I see two hands raised. Another one here in the front.
Thank you. This is Evelyn Lennot, Head of Mission for INTERSOS in Libya and Tunisia. I just want to give some side notes and comments on the presentation of Nadia. Thank you very much. I worked 8.5 years with INTERSOS in Yemen. And if you allow me, just the reference to Houthi rebels is subjective. According to me, it's Ansar Allah, and it's we call it as INGOs de facto authorities, but if we call them already rebels, it has a kind of subjective connotation. So allow me, the narrative is important. Then the colleague was saying before, the reference to starvation on one side and famine on the other side. So having worked there, indeed, as INGOs, we did not per se come along on any, on the frequent use of the reference to starvation. Mostly it was whether yes or no, we were talking about pockets of famine, and it was mostly by tracking through data and so on, looking into nutrition, malnutrition, and severity of malnutrition. So if we would look to also the reasons why today and since many years we continue to have severe malnutrition in Yemen, it is not that much because of deliberate starvation, but it's more a combination of social economic crisis due to the long-term impact, and then also isolation and the blockade on the north, for example, and so on. So there are several components there. So to go to talking about starvation as such, I would actually question that. However, on the other side, if you look today what is happening in Gaza, that's definitely a starvation, and this is also why we are seeing NGOs as an Oxfam or as an Action Aid, and other INGOs, including even UN agencies, referring to this more actively. So I think at some point there was a reference on looking to crises in a different way, but it would be interesting in a further analysis, maybe in a further research, to go deeper into comparative analysis, not just a zoomed-in analysis, and that could also help us as INGOs when we're using a certain narrative to make sure that in the end the right narrative is also linked to the right crisis. Thank you.
Nadia, you want to react?
Yes, okay. Intervention. I do acknowledge the fact that Yemen has not started suffering from hunger just after the war. In fact, 45% of the population was food insecure before the conflict. And I understand your point, and I take your point into consideration concerning the importance of the narrative, especially with regards to the Houthis, which can have different names, Ansar Allah group or Houthi rebels, as I had called them in my presentation. I do agree with your statement that Yemen, unfortunately, like the Yemen context and the Yemen situation of the civilian population is not just this because of the armed conflict, and I also take the chance to talk about malnutrition that is different from starvation, and the situation in Yemen is for sure different from the situation in Gaza. I like the idea of my paper, however, was to highlight how both like the two main parties in the conflict are engaged and how they have de facto contributed to further worsen the situation of the civilian population. As you mentioned, the blockade was a cause for, like, it actually de facto starved the civilian population. So this was my line of thought. But of course, I thank you for your contribution and for your intervention.
I think there was another hand raised just in front.
Well, good morning. This is Salvatore Vic. I work for the World Food Programme Emergency Division on Humanitarian Access. My question is for Matilde. Thank you for your presentation and particularly for bringing up the issue of perception on the potential risk for perception when using satellite imageries. My question is, have you looked at whether the issue of perception goes beyond only dual use, but on the use of that tool itself? There's been in the past a lot of debate, for example, around the use of drones, that just because of the perception in particular in certain contexts of what a drone represents, for certain humanitarian organizations refuse any use or association with drones precisely because it could, for the nature of the tool, affect their perception in that context. So I wonder if even if we regulate, to avoid the use of the same satellite for dual use, etc. I mean, would that be sufficient to mitigate the risk of negative perception of humanitarian actors, particularly as we know perception is so critical in terms of maintaining humanitarian access in conflict areas? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The argument of militarization of satellites is usually carried on by detractors because unlike drones, the satellites you cannot see them. The drones you can, the satellites usually you don't, apart from the hardware infrastructure which is on the ground. So I wouldn't say so in the case of the widespread perceptions among the population. It's more a matter of narratives, not of optical data that anyone can see. But for what concerns the difficulties that are enshrined in the nature itself of the mean, there are plenty of them, and also for what regards all the satellite enabling services. Satellites don't go in orbit alone. Usually there are some other systems that are, for example, for refueling or for fixing satellites, and they have lasers or robotic arms. So the matter of dual use and the possible use of satellites also for counter-space capabilities extends also to all these other enabling infrastructure. So it is not just a matter of satellites, but this sort of malignity of the meaning itself, it's a slippery slope because it applies to basically everything that is correlated, in my opinion.
Okay. Was there any other question? If not, I think we've reached the time which was assigned to us. I would like to thank very much all presenters. Nadia, thank you. Teresa, Matilde, I think this was a very interesting and fruitful, hopefully, first step into delving deeply in these topics and hopefully strengthening our cooperation with INTERSOS. Thanks again to INTERSOS for having us, for hosting this session. Thanks to everyone.
Thanks to everyone for your patience and attention. Thank you.
Little bit of logistics, always important. We are having lunch down here, 3 minutes walk, whoever wants to join, we will lead the procession to the restaurant. Let's go now because we want to be back by 3 p.m. to start our next panel on the theory and reality of localization, which is very important.
Online. Aha, just so you know. Online with me is Marco Avianti, from a policy officer from ECHO. We need the donors in the room because of these very important discussions. Also, Angelina Nyangma Siangel, she's from a founder and executive director of Hope Restoration South Sudan. Welcome, Angelina. And of course, Julia Boni from INTERSOS, the localization advisor. Now, to start with, Angelina was supposed to be here with us. Angelina, we are very sorry that you can only be online, but this is one of the challenges that are faced by local actors. So I want to put the first challenge on the table. Getting a visa to get here is a really huge, complicated, and time-consuming process. So that's one thing we really need to keep in mind. And I'm going to ask some questions around that afterwards. But just to set the scene, so the whole discussion around localization, locally led, there are many different words that are being used now. And I know we fall over the terms. So I want to say, let's get away from just the terms, but what is it about? It really is about how can we support and reinforce local actors wherever they are so that we can work together for a purpose, right? And the purpose is that we help the populations in crisis wherever they are, right? So not to get hung over words, right? Localization, locally led, or whatever. So that's my first message. I think second one is that I came to this journey because I did the tsunami evaluation all those years ago, and I was there in 7 countries. And the theme of the evaluation was the impact of international response on local and national capacities in 7 countries. I spoke to thousands of people. I can tell you that had a great impact on me personally, because in a way, it provided me my North Star in what I need to do in this sector, right? Working on accountability and localization, that's a path that I started on because of what I heard from local actors, from the population in crisis. So I think everybody can have a role, because I think earlier when I was listening to the discussions, we kept talking about the system, but who is made up of the system? It's me, it's you. I think it's you. It's each one of us, right? And if all of us, each one of us, has some kind of intention, and we talked about shifting the power, it only can come from us, then the system will shift. Please don't look as if the system is the one that's doing the problem, right? It's each one of us who has to contribute. And so I think today, I would like to make these discussions really concrete, because sometimes some of these discussions stay very at a just discussion level. But I want to ask some concrete solutions, and I think we have a really good panel here who will be able to bring that to us. So I want to start with asking this question. Why should organizations like INTERSOS or any NGO really invest in strong partnership? Why is it important? Because we forget the question why each time, right? And the purpose of all this. So first I would like to go to Tira. Please, if you can answer that question for me. For you, why is it important? And please also talk from your context, because I know you work in a very special context. Tira, over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci de m'avoir donné cette opportunité-là. Je suis Tera Kouroutoumou, comme elle l'a dit. Je suis la directrice exécutive de l'ONG Femmes et Développement. L'ONG est membre de la PONA. La PONA, c'est la plateforme des organisations nationales actives dans l'humanitaire. Et à ce titre, je suis membre de l'équipe humanitaire pays du Mali. Je suis membre du groupe de travail accès, du groupe de travail redevabilité, des points focaux JAR, des clusters, donc l'intercluster. Je suis également co-chef de file avec CARE et UNICEF du pilier 3 localisation de la JANCAP. Et nous avons également mis en place un groupe de femmes leaders qu'on a appelé le leadership féminin dans l'action humanitaire. Alors, pourquoi il est important pour une organisation comme INTERSOS d'investir dans une organisation locale, nationale comme Femmes et Développement? Je vais commencer par dire que la localisation n'est pas un luxe aujourd'hui. La localisation pour le Mali et pour le Sahel central, je veux parler du Mali, le Burkina et le Niger, la localisation est une nécessité qui s'impose à nous pour plusieurs raisons. La première raison, elle l'a dit, il y a une question de redevabilité. Il y a également une question d'efficacité et il y a également la question de la portée de l'action. Avec la sécurité, la crise sécuritaire au Mali, avec la volatilité du contexte, il est aujourd'hui pratiquement impossible pour une organisation comme INTERSOS d'être efficace sur le terrain. Alors que la localisation a pour objectif la complémentarité. La complémentarité, ça veut dire chacun met du sien. L'organisation internationale a des compétences et des capacités qu'elle doit pouvoir mettre à disposition de l'organisation locale. Et l'organisation locale a aussi des compétences et des capacités qui devraient servir l'action humanitaire. L'objectif ici n'est pas de servir ni l'organisation internationale ni l'organisation nationale, mais l'objectif c'est de servir les populations vulnérables, les populations qui sont dans un besoin humanitaire, les populations qui attendent des actions efficaces de la part des différents acteurs humanitaires. Voilà pourquoi INTERSOS devrait investir dans une organisation comme Femmes et Développement. Merci.
Cool. Merci. So just to take up just one of the points that you made. So just to say, I understand French very well. I don't speak as fluently, but I understood what she was saying. Angelina, just this whole issue around capacity, especially women-led organizations, the capacity there is there, the reach there is there. Just talk from your context in South Sudan and the work you're doing and the partnerships that have been formed so that we get some concrete examples of a good partnership that really leads to concrete results on the ground. Over to you, Angelina.
Well, thank you so much, Sumriti. Well, thanks again for the opportunity, and my apologies that I could not make it in person due to the visa issue, as we have mentioned already. Issues to do with capacity or good partnership. Of latest days, I think there has been some shift from some of the UN agency and also some of the international organizations. In a way, when a project's proposal is being developed, or when a partner or a local partner is being requested for partnership, there will be that need for some that you have to sit down and go into details. What is it that the local partner has to do? And what is it that the international or the UN agency has to do? That helps in building a strong foundation. In a way, if you've already been put in the picture from the onset during the development of the proposal, a lot of questions that can be raised later are going to be addressed at the early stage. And that will help you develop the projects very well. And also, even during the implementation, it's also going to go smoothly, because at least you are not just being caught off guard that you'll be given this amount of money and this is what is expected, not knowing in reality, this amount of money given to you, it's out of what? And if you've also not been taken along, there's a lot that will go wrong. And bear in mind, the local partners and mostly the women-led organization or women rights organization, they are the one at the front line. So they are with the community. They have the local context. Even if we talk of the exit strategy, these are the right people that remain to continue because they are within the community. But if you give them the opportunity, you build their capacity. It's not only capacity alone. There's also need for the system strengthening that is always being left. Because if you train my staff and the system is not in place, a lot of works will not go very well. And again, we have a challenge. Local partners sometimes tend to lose a lot of their staff to the international organization or UN agency due to lack of funding. And also, when you are given funding, there's a restriction. There's a certain amount of salaries that need to be given to the local staff compared to the same local staff that work with the international organization. So at the end of the day, your staff will have to leave and go to where they're being paid well. Because at the end of the day, you go where you have a family that you have to take care of. So these are issues that you need to look at from the side of the project's development to the implementation, and then what is also the office is getting in terms of the utility. You have to pay the rent. Sometimes it's not being factored in. You have to, they need you to have an office that is not even put in the budget. And it's not realistic. The other thing is you have the human resource that has to be there. Because sometimes you have some support staff that need to be in the budget, but they're not being considered. So what the local partner will tend to get is only activities money, nothing like overhead costs. And this has made it very difficult for the local organization to really progress. Thank you.
Great, great. Thank you, Angelina, for bringing some really concrete key issues on the table. So, Giulia, you're working with partners as INTERSOS. And so some of these issues that Angelina talked about around overhead costs and deciding on the budgeting, and also, of course, and it'll come to you, this question about brain drain, because often local organizations are training ground for INGO staff. Although we keep saying that local organizations don't have capacity, actually, they have capacity, but it's always been hired away by INGOs and the UN system. So in a way, they're the training ground. So kind of a bit double standards in some ways. But tell us a little bit about your experience and what do you do concretely to really support equitable partnership?
Thanks a lot. First of all, I want to say a few words about these capacities. I would say it's important to analyze the complementarity of capacities because local actors has a lot of skills and many skills that we do not have. I'm thinking, for example, about the sustainability of the programs. They do not see the action as a project with a beginning and an end, but as a work alongside with the community that will continue also after the end of the financing. So it's really important to understand also those capacities and to value them. Then I fully agree with Angelina when she speaks about system strengthening instead of just training. And this is a little bit something I really insist a lot on, because we really need to invest on organizational development, starting from the existing resources and strengthening those ones. So to promote, for example, the financial sustainability and so the long-term sustainability of the partner, we have tried to support them for staff retention. So developing TUR for a consultant and cover the cost for someone to develop a stronger salary grid that could help our local partners to negotiate with donors for a more fair coverage of the HR costs. Because sometimes I do due diligence to local partner and I see the salary grid and the range is huge and they ask, but why? How is it possible that a salary could be 3 times for a PM with one donor and much less with another? And they say, yeah, because some donors, they do not accept our salary grid. They require us to pay much, much less. So I think that starting from system strengthening is supporting our local partners to really better negotiate those conditions. I think it's not easy to have this discussion about brain drain and salaries. Sometimes in some fora is a very sensitive topic. So I'm happy we are having this discussion here because it's important.
Thank you. Yeah, and it is important, right? And I think very, very sensitive. Angelina, so I know, having discussions with you before, that salary rates between INGOs, UN, and local organizations, there's a huge difference, sometimes 4 times as much as salary, right? And also Tara. So what are the solutions to this? How do we deal with this? Because it's a concrete thing, right? And I see this in every single country that I've traveled in. When I was working with HAP on accountability and working with local actors there, right? And this issue comes out in every time. What are your suggestions for concrete action on this? Is there something you would recommend?
Thank you, Smriti. I think the issue of salaries is always a debating key across. And for the context of South Sudan, a few years back, we tried from the NGO Forum to do a salary assessment for different, almost about 38 different organizations to get to know what is the salary scale per each different organization. And those were just national organizations. Now, the real issue is not only that alone. The real issue is we don't have an harmonizing salary scale in the country. And I believe it's the same case to other places. So I think we just want to see, and it come back with also donors restriction, because some people would not want to open up on how are they paying their own staff. So that became an issue.
Thank you, Angelina. Tara, what about your case there in Mali? What do you think about that solution to that issue?
Alors, je voudrais commencer par dire que INTERSOS est très intelligente. INTERSOS est en train de, disons, de se positionner à la place des organisations nationales et de tenir les discours que nous devrions tenir. Bravo à INTERSOS, bravo d'avoir compris ça, cette nécessité-là. Maintenant, par rapport à la question du salaire, vous voyez, on est départagé. C'est clair que s'engager dans une logique d'augmentation permanente du salaire ou des salaires n'est certainement pas peut-être une solution durable. Mais ce qui est clair, c'est que de notre point de vue, il faut une harmonisation des salaires, que ce soit au niveau des organisations internationales, que ce soit au niveau des organisations nationales. Je vous donne un peu la démarche que nous avons au Mali. Il y a 3 ans au Mali, nous, organisations nationales, on était représentés seulement par une organisation au sein de l'équipe humanitaire pays. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 7 organisations internationales et 7 organisations nationales. Donc, nous sommes à pied d'égalité au niveau de l'équipe humanitaire pays. C'est pour vous dire que c'est la même logique que la plateforme des organisations nationales engagées dans l'humanitaire s'est engagée pour vraiment créer cet équilibre-là entre organisations nationales et organisations internationales. Moi qui vous parle, je suis la présidente d'une organisation qui a impacté dans son manuel de procédure, donner la chance aux jeunes diplômés sans expérience. Et vous voyez ce qui se passe, nos cheveux ont blanchi. Nous passons notre temps à former des jeunes et les organisations internationales passent leur temps à débaucher ces jeunes-là. Et donc, c'est un problème réel. Si nous avons la possibilité de payer 3 000 € à un agent, c'est sûr qu'il ne va pas nous quitter pour rejoindre INTERSOS ou pour rejoindre DRC ou IRC ou une organisation internationale. Donc la question aujourd'hui, notre combat au sein de la plateforme et au sein des mécanismes de coordination humanitaire, c'est d'arriver à instaurer un certain équilibre entre les organisations nationales et les organisations internationales pour plus d'efficacité.
Merci. Thank you very much. Really, some very good points and concrete things, right, that are being done and discussed. Marco, being on the donor side, we would like to hear from you because you just heard, right, some of the ideas and things that are being tried out. What role can donors can play, and especially ECHO, because you have your new guidelines, right, that are being rolled out at the moment in different places. So I'd love to hear from you, and specifically on harmonizing things, because we've heard these discussions before, harmonizing due diligence and a couple of other things to help to really, so that it doesn't overburden local organizations. We've heard, right? Many times the due diligence takes place, assessments and all of that. So give us your perspective, please. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be with you as part of this panel. I'm sorry I haven't been able to come in person to Rome. So as you mentioned, we published our guidance on promoting equitable partnership earlier this year, which we are rolling out at the start of next year. And first of all, the idea is that, you know, with this guidance, we really wanted, first of all, to recognize the work that many of our partners have been already doing on the ground for many years. And we wanted to really put everything together and create some framework which we can use to hold accountable all our partners in the same way. So it's actually creating, you know, there is nothing in the expectations or in the outcomes of the guidance that are compulsory for our partners, but we are trying to set up an incentive-based approach. This means that, you know, we don't tell our partner that they have to work with local partners. They can implement alone if you want to, but they have to explain us why they do that. And of course, having an incentive-based approach means that in a context where we believe that there is no reason why our partners cannot work with local implementing partners, then of course these proposals might have a lower likelihood of being funded by ECHO, and the same for all the other principles and expectation that we set up in the guidance. So that's that, to give you a bit of a context of what we are trying to achieve. So it's about trying to set up some principles. This guidance is not very rigid in its approach and in what we expect our partners to do, but it's about turning things around and setting up a principle so that our partners can start asking, well, why not partnership, right? This is only the starting point. Of course, there are a number of challenges that are coming out as we try to figure out how to practically implement the guidance. And one of the challenges that have been mentioned consistently, both from our international partners as well as from a number of local organizations, is in fact the issue of due diligence. And we are aware that if we are talking about equal partnership, then this issue needs to be taken into consideration. So what we are starting to do right now is to support financially, but not only, some of our partners to work with us and come up with a solution for this. For example, it could be around devising, designing, implementing, and then rolling out and piloting some new tools to address this issue, for example, due diligence passporting. And then as ECHO, we will then ideally be able to look at these tools and help our partners rolling them out, not just within the project that ECHO is funding, but also ideally we would use our platform, the platforms where we are, where we're talking with the donors to try to make sure that at some point we develop some industry standards when it comes to due diligence passporting. But it's really just the beginning. But this is the direction of travel, and we can do that only working together with our partners. So we can provide support, as I said, financially, but also technical support. But at the end of the day, we really need our partners and in the countries where we are working, and also all the local organizations that are, helping us and voicing their concerns and raising recommendations and challenges, so that we can really understand which direction we can really go in these regards, and which potential new tools and methodologies we can really choose and try to leverage, so that they can become really potentially industry standards for the whole industry, not just for ECHO.
So Marco, I mean, I've engaged with ECHO, and I think with a lot of through local organizations like Alliance for Empowering Partnership, NEAR, and others, in the different countries. And often we are told that actually there are many times when country staff of ECHO in different places actually don't know about your guidance or about implementing, these things. So how are you, I'm curious to hear, how are you making sure that this guidance is going to be alive rather than a document that's going to sit there where local actors get very frustrated because they've heard about these guidance, but nothing is actually being done?
Yes, no, in fact, and I agree with you in a sense, because this guidance is still quite new. It was published and presented earlier this year in March, and we've spent a good part of the last 6 months presenting the guidance on the one hand to our partners, but also to our own staff, both in HQ and in the field. I've had myself countless workshops and meetings with colleagues from a number of country offices and regions. But most importantly, we made some specific changes. It's also an issue of how we can then track these changes, right? As I said at the beginning, this guidance is quite flexible, but we still want a number of key changes to take place to this incentive-based approach. To do this, we made some specific changes to the single form, which is the formal document that our partner have to use to submit proposals to us, where we will basically guide our partners through, to ask certain questions. For example, are you partnering with a local partner? And if not, why? Are you sharing with your local partners a portion of your overheads or indirect costs? Yes or no? And if not, why? Have you discussed with the local partners what this means? Even if you do share overheads, have you discussed with them how you reach these amounts? Did they agree with that? Do you have any plans in terms of capacity strengthening, capacity sharing with your own local partners, and so on? And we've been also working with our country and regional offices in the last few weeks and months to explain to them exactly how and where to go through these changes in the single form, which, as I said, that there will be some very specific, small changes, but will be very specific changes in the documentation that all partners will have to go through if they want to submit a proposal to us, and all ECHO staff will have to understand, because we are also changing slightly the way we appraise these proposals, right? So some of the criteria that we are traditionally using to assess proposals will now be slightly changed starting from next year to incorporate the main commitments and expectations that are set out in the guidelines. As I said, the main ones are around capacity strengthening and sharing, working with local partners, sharing with them a certain amount of budget, overhead costs, and so on. But I do agree, it's you know, as they say, the devil is in the details, and we've been realizing that in the last few months, then changes that at the higher level seems to be very simple. Then when we look into detail and how to incorporate this into an actual project documents, that's when we realize things are much more complicated than we thought.
Great, thanks, Marco. And it's good to hear that there are some conditions, right, that you are putting in terms of your intermediaries. So, Giulia, being one of the intermediaries, tell us a little bit about your experience. And I want to hear about what are some of the challenges working with donors like ECHO and others, because I think donors have a lot to do, right, going forward.
You put me in a difficult position now. Yes, I mean, indeed, there are some conditions that really favor equitable partnerships. For example, when we have long-term flexible funding, it's much easier to develop strategic collaboration. Strategic collaboration means that you don't have to rush because you have a 3-month project that really allows little learning, little communication, little involvement. More you have time, more you can really build together a way forward, more you can know each other, because the partnership is a relationship. So communication, understanding are at the base of all that. But so timing is first of all a first issue. And then quality funding, indeed, because we do share overhead as INTERSOS. We have an overhead policy, but indeed we already struggle. We are an organization with limited private funding. So indeed, we believe it's fair to share overhead with the private partners, but it's difficult when the funding is not involving a dedicated overhead for the partners, for example. And I'm thinking about security costs. This is really something we do care a lot, and is always a challenge. It's considered as a support cost. We really need to stretch. And on one side, we want to collaborate with local partners wherever we work, that are usually high-risk areas with limited access, but on the other side, we do not want to transfer risk. So how not to transfer risk? On one side, we usually try to collaborate together and share responsibility for the risk analysis, but at some point we also need funding for security equipment, for context analysis that can give you a better understanding of the stakeholder scenarios that is essential to have a good risk analysis. So yes, I would say these 2 points are the much needed for us.
Great. Thank you for putting that on the table. I'm going to go to Angelina now. Angelina, in South Sudan context and the places that you work in, some of these issues around security and the managing, right, your staff and the context, it's very complex. So how is that being dealt with, and what are some of the challenges you continue to face in these partnerships, because it's not always funded, these things, right? So can you share some of your experience and your recommendation?
Well, indeed, South Sudan is one of the fragile countries to operate as a humanitarian. And much of all those areas where local staff operates, there are those that they are hard to reach areas that some of the international organizations do not even want to operate there or to even send their staff there. So in the other way, they are transferring a risk to a local partner that do not have resources to really handle the issues of security at that level. What I mean is, at times our staff will work for hours using footing to at least do some implementation. These are staff that do not have the communication equipment, so you cannot track whether they are safe, whether they have been attacked. You don't have such information until they come back to the base later. When you tend to request for a mobility, it's very few NGOs that give vehicles for local partners to operate on the ground. The other thing is the equipment. There are places that there's no network. You use trials. At times they are not being budgeted to be given a trial. They will say it is not part of the planning, it's not in the budget, and it has not been approved by the donor. Now, if a donor operates in South Sudan, they must understand the South Sudan context properly. And knowing very well when you transfer a risk to a vulnerable person, you're making that person more vulnerable. And the other thing, international organization will have covered for life insurance. They also have medical covers, and they also have evacuations that is being packaged. If a conflict erupts somewhere, international organization will be evacuated, but the national partners will remain on the ground. And that's why when you look at the number of nationals that are dying in South Sudan per year as humanitarian, it's very high because of all these challenges that are not being factored in. So sometimes you feel like, are we not also human beings to be treated equally like our counterparts from international? And it's not right. Over to you.
Thank you, Angelina, for putting it as it is, right? Are we not humans, just like you? I really want you to sit on that, and I hope you feel uncomfortable, because you should. And seeing how then in Mali, I know that your context also, I have traveled in some Moptu and other places, is also very complex, and there's very high security issues, right? So share with us, how do you deal with that? And what are some of the things you would recommend? We have international audience here. We also have a donor on the line. ECHO is listening. What can you recommend in terms of support?
Alors, c'est une des questions les plus importantes à traiter cet après-midi, parce que justement, le partenariat, moi je parlerai pour le moment de partenariat, ce qui se passe entre les organisations internationales et les organisations nationales. On n'est pas encore, de mon point de vue, vraiment dans la localisation, on est dans le faire-faire. Pour l'instant, c'est le faire-faire et avec le transfert de risques. Pour l'instant. Et nous sommes en train d'évoluer positivement. Je vais en venir avec quelques exemples vers la localisation. Alors, par rapport aux besoins des organisations nationales, le premier aspect, c'est vraiment la question sécuritaire. Les organisations nationales ont besoin d'être au même niveau de connaissances en termes de protection des agents sur le terrain, en termes du comportement qu'il faut adopter, d'avoir accès à des formations comme les négociations humanitaires ou autres, quand on est en présence de contextes qui nous obligent de faire face. Quand on est en face dans des contextes qui nous obligent certainement de faire face à ces dangers-là. Donc, les besoins sont les mêmes pour les organisations nationales, pour les organisations internationales. La différence, c'est que moi qui suis une organisation nationale, j'ai un ancrage assez assez important au niveau de mes zones d'intervention. Très souvent, les ONG internationales font la confusion en disant, dans tous les cas de figure, nous aussi, nous utilisons le personnel local. La différence, c'est que le personnel local n'est pas égal à l'organisation locale. Parce que l'organisation locale a un ancrage au niveau région, cercle, commune, etc. L'individu, l'agent que vous recrutez peut ne même pas être forcément de la zone d'intervention. Donc, c'est une grande différence que les organisations internationales doivent intégrer dans leur analyse. L'autre chose que je voulais préciser, à la suite de l'intervention de ma sœur du Sud-Soudan, de mon point de vue aujourd'hui, la localisation nécessite qu'on progresse vers la co-construction, comme M. Marco l'a dit. Tant qu'on n'arriverait pas à la co-construction, pour moi, on est encore dans le faire-faire. La co-construction, c'est le meilleur moyen de renforcer les capacités des organisations locales. Je prends un exemple. Avec le fonds régional pour l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Ouest, nous sommes un consortium d'organisations nationales, le seul consortium d'organisations nationales qui a pu accéder au financement. Mais voyez-vous, on a postulé pour 3 localités. Dans les 2 localités, on était en face d'organisations internationales. Donc, bien sûr, on était 2e, 3e, après les organisations internationales. Là où nous avons été sélectionnés, c'est justement parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'organisation internationale. C'est pour dire que nous ne nous faisons pas d'illusions par rapport aux besoins de renforcement des capacités. Ça veut dire que notre proposition technique et financière ne peut pas être à la même hauteur que pour les organisations internationales. Mais ceci dit, cela ne veut pas dire qu'il faut mettre les organisations nationales sur un plateau d'incapacité permanente qui les empêche d'accéder à des financements et qui les empêche justement d'évoluer en complément avec les organisations internationales. Donc la vraie question, c'est d'aller vers la co-construction pour nous permettre d'apprendre avec les organisations internationales. C'est le meilleur moyen de transférer les compétences, premier élément. Deuxième élément, c'est de s'inscrire dans une logique. Je suis étonnée que Julia n'en a pas parlé, parce que le contrat que FEDE a signé avec INTERSOS, c'est la première fois qu'on signe un contrat de cette nature-là. Ce n'est pas un contrat ponctuel sur un projet ponctuel. C'est un contrat, c'est comme un plan stratégique. Un plan stratégique qui nous donne la possibilité d'évoluer ensemble pendant des années. Ce n'est pas un contrat ponctuel. Donc ça, c'est le genre de contrat, c'est ce genre de contrat qu'il faut avec les organisations nationales, locales, pour assurer leur renforcement des capacités. Nous devons recevoir des équipes de consultants d'INTERSOS au Mali au mois de janvier. Sur la base de notre propre due diligence, ils vont nous renforcer sur la base de ce que nous avons demandé et à l'intérieur de l'organisation. C'est différent que quand vous organisez une formation technique de 3 jours, 1 semaine, pour un personnel, vous voulez qu'ils apprennent quoi? Vous voulez mettre des gens qui ont 40 ans, 30 ans, 50 ans, tout le temps dans des salles de formation pour 2 jours, 3 jours, et vous voulez renforcer leurs capacités. Ce n'est pas efficace, il ne faut pas se faire d'illusions. Si on veut être efficace, c'est la proximité dans la collaboration. Ça nous permet chacun de savoir ce que je peux apporter à l'autre et ce que je peux prendre chez l'autre. Merci.
Merci, merci beaucoup. And I've heard many times, and I was in Gaziantep, so the colleagues who are working in Gaziantep, right? Where many organizations, local organizations are saying, we are permanently in capacity school. When is it that we will actually graduate from that, right? When will it be that the change of roles will happen? If you have been in the in partnership with organizations for 10 years, 20 years, at some point, hopefully there'll be a change of role. And if there isn't, why not, right? What are we doing wrong that those organizations are now not taking on the responsibility, perhaps, that we should be taking? And I think the second one is really about this, Marco, I wanted to come to you. As ECHO, do you fund organization, multi-year funding for organizations, your international partners? And is that passed on? Is that benefit passed on to the local partners of international organizations? How do you track that? Because as you heard, strategic funding and longer term funding, in terms of impact, is much more. So would love to hear from you. Thanks.
Yes, definitely. The vast majority of our funding is still bound to 1 year cycle, but as one of the commitments that stem from the localization guidance is to increase more and more the portion of funding that goes to multi-annual funding. I think it's now I think it's around 20% of our funding, and we want to increase this to 30%. I can't remember right now the timeline, but there is a formal commitment to increase the amount of funding for multi-annual funding. And this is really important, as some of the colleagues today were saying, mostly because of the capacity strengthening and capacity sharing component. Again, not seen as as a classroom training, but if we can really work with our partners, and our partner can work with their local partners on a 2, 3, 4, 5 years basis, then of course there is time to develop and to co-create a much better, much more in-depth, much longer term strategic planning, where local organizations can really self-assess themselves and say, okay, well, this is what we want to achieve, not in the next 6 months, but from now to 5 years. It's about leadership skills. It's about developing advocacy skills and so on, all things that require a much longer time frame, for which that you cannot achieve with a 2-3 days classroom workshop. And especially, you mentioned Gaziantep. I want to mention a very interesting program that we've been funding in Turkey for a few years, which is called LIFT. This is a program that ECHO is funding together with the German government, and which is implemented by GIZ. It's interesting for 2 reasons. The first reason is that GIZ is then developing this program and basically providing the funds entirely to local organizations who apply for these funds. But the very interesting component of this program is the capacity sharing and the peer-to-peer aspect of it. This program started in 2019, where at the beginning there were a number of local organizations that applied for the program. GIZ worked with them to build the capacity. Now we are at the point where GIZ is able to take a step back, and this whole role of mentoring, capacity strengthening, capacity sharing is entirely taken over by a local organization, which are then helping their peers to get to where they are now. And again, this is only possible if we can make a program with a much longer time frame. And as I said, this is still unfortunately a smaller portion of our funding, but it's certainly our objective to increase this part of our portfolio more and more. And we do really think that this kind of project, this LIFT type, can really be a good sort of blueprint for similar projects in other geographic areas.
Thank you, Marco. We'll hold you to that. I think local actors are really, firstly, they were very excited about the guidelines, but they're also very kind of, I think, aware that these things will take time, and to put pressure on ECHO to continue the rollout to make sure that it actually happens. Julia, so there's been a lot of discussion around multi-year funding, but also I think some hint at how do you also step back so that your partners can take the space, right? And this morning, there was a lot of discussion about shifting the power and many other things. How do we do that? So as INTERSOS, when you're working with your partners, how are you going to do that practically so that at certain point, you also say, okay, it's time for us to take the backstage and let the partners lead?
Thanks. Actually, this week we had one week of strategic discussion, and we asked ourselves a lot this question. So it's something that we are considering according to each context, but it is absolutely something that we keep asking ourselves, our relevance as humanitarian actors, as international humanitarian actors in each crisis. In some contexts, it's a process that already started. We mentor shadowing some local actors, and I'm talking both as local NGOs, but also community-based organizations that are sometimes forgotten in the discussion, to be able to start being part at the beginning and then to progressively contribute more and more, because the final aim is their empowerment for a more sustainable impact, and so they will not need us anymore. I think this should be anyway our goal. There are some contexts, I would say, where our presence as international actors is still needed. There are some contexts where as international actors, we can take more risk than local actors because we have the luxury to live. So in this context, I still see INTERSOS relevance, but in the others, for sure, our process towards localization is a process towards progressive empowerment of local capacities.
So I just want to share with you, last week on Friday, we were doing an exercise with 70 people in Switzerland, and it was international organizations looking at locally led, having a discussion around that. And we make them go through a power analysis exercise, and also did a 3D model of what the system looks like now and what needs to change. And it was very interesting because we had a generational difference. So I'm very happy to see the young people here, because what really showed was the young people were more ready for change than the older people in the room there and maybe here. And there was a lot of fear when we interrogated why is it, right? There was a lot of fear factor. So in the organization, you know, when you are going through this process and really looking at localization, how are you dealing with the fear factor and also having this conversation internally? Because it's really about each individual, each role needs to think about this, right? What kind of capacities will you need in the future? If you want to make it an equitable partnership and not be direct implementers all the time, there needs to be some kind of change. So what are some of the challenges that you face, especially around this fear factor?
Thanks. Yes, it's true. There is a lot of fears, and the cause is different, I would say, from one context to the other. From the discussion I have with our local teams, I sometimes challenge them on the usual stigma that are around localization. And if sometimes they are afraid, and I'm talking mainly about national staff, because INTERSOS team in the ground, they are more than 90% national staff. So if sometimes they may be afraid of losing their jobs, sometimes there are also other barriers. So we have some initial workshop to really understand the localization scenario and understand also the localization internal scenario, how ready we are, how fit we are for the precise requirement of the context. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Iran, and we had a long discussion within our team about trust, because in Iran, anyway, you will collaborate through a local partner. But how you collaborate with a local partner will change everything. If you manage to get their trust, if you manage really to have an approach that is not top-down anymore, but you share common difficulties, then you get the trust that give you access to much more information. And once the partner feels comfortable in sharing a problem, then you are already halfway to solve it. So it's not easy process. Indeed, one of the things we planned for coming here is how to work and how to strengthen our capacity on internal communication to have the good attitude with the partner. But yes, it's a question we're asking ourselves.
Great. Thank you for being very honest and open about that. And I wanted to bring in that trust, so thank you for bringing that in for me, because there is a lot of discussion around risk. I hear it all the time: risk management, risk analysis, risk that, risk that. Where is the trust in all this, right? Isn't it the trusted, as you said, relationship that can deal with risks, right? So Angelina, tell me, in your view, how do we build and maintain trust between national and international organizations? I mean, of course, there's been a lot of discussions about divisions, right? But really, we need all of us, right? It's not that we won't need international organizations. We need to work together. We've seen the number of disasters around the world. Everything is increasing. So how do we build and maintain trust so that we can deliver better for the populations that we're working with? Angelina, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for the interesting question, because I think one of the meetings I had attended some time back, there was that issue of lack of trust. And it came from a donor, because I had a question, why most of the time there is no direct funding to the national partners. It has to go through the intermediary. And I really thank the donor that day, because he was very open. He said, as donors, we don't give funding directly most of the time because we don't trust the national partners. And that's why the money has to go to either UN agency or international organization, and it goes to you because they are transferring the risk. But I think we also need to be very honest as we sit here today, because I believe this is where we need to tell ourselves the truth. It started with lack of capacity. Now we are talking about the trust. Tomorrow we are going to talk about something different. For me, I have a feeling that we are not yet ready to address the reality and to accept that we are not doing what we are doing right. And it's high time we need to sit and be honest to ourselves. For example, my own organization, we partner with almost 5 UN agencies for years right now, plus other international organizations. If a donor is telling me they don't trust us, I will ask a question. If the UN agency that have trusted us and they get funding from you, why would you not trust us to also do direct implementation? So we don't need to be hiding behind trust. We need to be very honest. If you've not tried me, how will you know that I can do the right work? Because it has to start somewhere. If you don't want to try and you just say you cannot trust me, there's a problem. So you don't want to be honest and tell me where the issue is so that we talk about it, but you hide behind the trust. So for me, we need to forget about the trust issue. Give the national trial first. Let them fail you. Then you'll have right to hide behind it. I don't disagree that we don't have the same capacities. There are those national that have grown, there are those that are in the medium, and there are those that are coming. So you need to do your due diligence and get to know who can do what. And each should be given tasks according to their own capacity. The second thing is about the tedious due diligence that most of the donors use. And that came out because they still don't trust national partners. That's why they gave us a lot of due diligence that you have to work for it for nearly a week. But when you look at the due diligence to the international organization, it's totally simplified. So let's just see if we have that partnership, let's have equitable partnership, and let's be honest with the discussion. What is it that need to be addressed so that we move forward? Over to you.
Thank you, Angelina, and very open and honest, putting it on as it is, right, as usual. Tira, so what do you have to add to what Angelina is saying? Does that resonate with you, what she's been sharing?
Merci beaucoup. Je sais quand même que la confiance, elle s'est construite autour de la transparence. Pour ce qu'a dit ma sœur, c'est clair que le partenaire passe par l'organisation internationale qui sécurise ses fonds. Il demande à ce que l'organisation internationale ait un partenariat avec l'organisation nationale, mais en même temps, il se soucie de la sécurisation de ces fonds. Et donc, si c'est INTERSOS qui répond, c'est INTERSOS qui gère les risques. En ce moment, ce n'est pas ECHO qui gère les risques. Et donc, tout est une question de niveau de gestion des risques. Moi, je me dis qu'il y a... le problème se situe à deux niveaux. Avec les partenaires, en ce qui concerne les financements directs, je pense que ECHO, ce n'est pas parce que Marco est là, mais ECHO est en train de fournir beaucoup d'efforts au Mali. Et les partenaires locaux qui se sont fait démarquer par la transparence de leur gestion progressent avec certains partenaires. Moi-même qui vous parle, il y a un partenaire qui nous a accordé un financement direct et a annulé le contrat d'une organisation internationale. C'est arrivé. C'est parce qu'on a su maintenir cette confiance autour de la transparence que nous avons cultivée dans la gestion des activités, dans la gestion des projets. Je voudrais mettre l'accent sur un autre aspect par rapport à la transparence et la confiance. Et quand il y a le partenariat, en même temps, on demande aux organisations nationales d'avoir des capacités pour prétendre à un certain niveau de financement ou des financements directs. En même temps, toutes les conditions sont réunies pour qu'on se développe jamais. Je m'explique. Quand on accorde un financement à une organisation internationale, on lui accorde des frais administratifs qui ne sont pas justifiés. Et donc, ces frais administratifs permettent à l'organisation internationale de se développer. Donc, il y a un développement de l'organisation parce qu'il y a l'accès à ces financements-là. Quand c'est l'organisation nationale ou l'organisation locale, d'abord, ce n'est pas le même niveau, même s'il y a des frais administratifs, c'est rare, c'est très rare. Et là encore, je félicite INTERSOS, qui est une des premières organisations internationales à accorder, en tout cas à FEDE, des frais administratifs. Si même le bailleur accepte les frais administratifs, ce n'est pas le même pourcentage. Alors, comment vous voulez qu'une organisation se développe, qu'une organisation atteigne un certain niveau d'autonomisation, si l'organisation n'a pas de fonds qui lui permettent de se développer? On a juste des fonds pour mettre en œuvre les activités. Ne serait-ce que pour sécuriser les fonds des activités, il faut accepter de donner des frais administratifs, des coûts administratifs aux organisations, ne serait-ce que pour sécuriser les fonds. C'est une question de transparence. Donc, pour moi, la question de confiance, elle est fondamentale. Mais la confiance, elle se construit autour de la transparence et à tous les niveaux. Merci.
Thank you. And I think the two things. I think sometimes, I mean, I see that, and we talked about it, and I heard it from the panel earlier. some things are around double standards, right? So international organizations getting the overhead is okay, but for local organization is not okay. Double standards, right? Security, and I think you heard from Angelina and also Tira about the funds and others that they need for others to operate, right, effectively. Again, double standards. So how do we stop these double standards? This is a question to the audience as well, right? And I'm going to open the floor in a minute. But for ECHO, you've heard now how it is, how it feels, right? We keep talking about equity and diversity and inclusion, but we're not acting like this to our partners. How does that feel, Marco?
Yes, so on the one hand, and I've actually been working for ECHO for only a few months, but I've been working for international NGOs for my whole career, and so I'm very well aware of the issue that have been raised from the NGO side rather than from the donor side mostly. And I agree with you. I mean, even when I was working for a number of international NGOs, generally it's much easier for an international NGO to sort of convince another international partner to share overhead rather than it is between a local NGO and an international one. And so one of the things that we wanted to do to try to address this issue to a certain extent in our guidance is that starting from next year, we do expect all our partners to share with their own local partners a portion of the overhead that we recognize. And I can tell you that this has been in the last few months when we've been discussing this with the partners, but also before when we were designing and preparing the guidance, one of the most hotly debated issues, because of course we're talking about money, we're talking about finances here, and we know that many international NGOs already have their own policies to share in different ways or to recognize in different ways a certain amount of money as overhead for the local partners. But we really wanted to try to change the mindset and to try to come to a situation in the future where this will become the industry standard, where sharing overhead with local NGOs, it's not just an exception. This should be the baseline. We can, of course, discuss, okay, how much, and this is not in the guidance. We didn't want to be really strict because we recognize that this is a starting point. We just want to start a certain dialogue. And at the same time leave it to our partners to enter into their own dialogues with their local partners to discuss together, okay, what does it mean? What are some of the local NGOs? I can tell you they don't even know what it means, what the notion of overhead cost means. And so it's also about making sure that everybody, all the local organizations understand that actually there are costs that go beyond that specific project and that you have as an organization, and somebody needs to pay for these costs. And these costs are covered for international NGOs. And so you have the right to expect this cost to be covered too. And that's where we start. But as I said, it's a start. It's been quite difficult. There's been a lot of friction, but I think we will very soon become to a point where, and more donors are also not necessarily because of what ECHO did, but I can tell you that I think the majority of donors are now started to consider or have already considering recently introducing this policy about expecting their grantees to share overheads with their local partners. So it's a start.
Great, thanks, Marco. And I think this thing you just said about local organizations don't even know, right? I mean, because international partners never even shared that they get these overheads, and actually there is a possibility to share as well. So communications and making sure that we are listening to local actors directly so that you actually hear what they're saying, because a lot of the time we've heard that things get lost through translation. You only listen to your framework partners, but what about the local partners who are involved in the projects that you're funding? Do you make systematic way or structured way of listening to them regularly so you know what is happening? Because often donors don't even know that these inequities are going on, right? So that's another thing that to think about. And I know that some of these things are in the guidelines, but something that I'm sure Angelina and Tara would want to say something about this. Angelina.
Well, thank you. I think thanks, Marco, for also responding. However, I think donors also have some responsibility in terms of, I have seen couples of time during the evaluation partner meeting, you'll only see either the ING or the UN agency meeting with the donor, when in reality, they also have local partner that is working with them. How does it take you to ask them to come together with their local partner to also sit during the evaluation and also give their perspective on how the project have gone and what has been the challenges? Because the reality is the local partner are the one most of the time in the field. So there will be far much benefits them being on the table, and that will also help the donor in terms of restructuring or working in the next project plan, which in most cases, it doesn't work. And that's why we have these issues of gaps in communication, because what the donor discussed with the ING or the UN agency, the local partner do not know. And they will not give you the full information that they discuss with the donor. So we need to see how are we accountable to ourselves in this circle. Accountability, transparency goes a long way. As much as we are all accountable to the communities we are serving, we should be accountable to the partners, the local partners that are part of the projects, because they are already part of you, despite the fact that you are not giving them directly. And I think this should be not only to ECHO alone, but to other donors, that they need to make it as a practice. If they have agency that they work with and they have local partners during the meeting, the evaluation, or whatever it is, let those partners come along with them. You will see a lot of changes, because once all of you are there, the thing that will not be hide behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. I would like, would you?
I wanted to react something about your previous question about how to change the double standard, you know? And I think from an INGO perspective, I'm not a donor, but it's important to highlight and really shows the partners' skills and value them and give them visibilities. We have a model of mutual capacity strengthening, and once I was discussing with our partner in Burkina Faso, and she was amused. She said, I mean, it's been 30 years I'm doing this job. I've been trained several times, and never an international actor asked me to train the staff. So, I mean, she found it funny, but she said, finally, we are seen and we feel partners, not beneficiaries anymore. And so we tried, you know, to increase the visibility of this kind of situation where really local partner has things to teach to us. And we try to increase also the communication where the local partners are the protagonists of the narration. So yeah, I think this is also a good way forward.
Thank you very much. And I think we've come up with a lot of concrete things here, right? In the audience there, I would like to just take a couple of questions. We started a bit late, a bit Indian time, I'm going to say. But if there are a couple of questions, so one there. Microphone, please. Can we have a microphone up front?
Yes, thank you. My question is mainly to Marco, actually, because in the discussion it appeared that there is a need at one point for this graduation you were speaking about. The national actors becoming more and more in capacity to replace or to complement in a very strong way the work that is done by the international ones. And for this to happen, my question is how the donors are ready to support this, because it has a cost, right? Capacity strengthening. And I think in the humanitarian sector in particular, and it's different here from the development probably, I think there is a reluctance to consider capacity strengthening costs as valuable. So I think it's interesting to know if this is shifting or it's perceived as complicated. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, Tierra, Julia, and Angelina. It was really heartwarming to hear you. So great challenge for all of us to change as intermediaries. And as CARE, this is a journey. We are trying, sometimes failing, and I hope sometimes succeeding a little bit, but this kind of very honest feedback is really welcome. Two reflections. So what really helps drive the change internally is commitment at the top level and leadership. And sometimes we make assumptions that the same leaders who have been, working in a certain way, direct implementation, and not necessarily having had experiences in working in partnership can actually drive the change. I think there are obviously some very special individuals who are open to change, and but it's more an exception than the norm. So I think if we're serious about more partnership-based and more equality in our partnerships, we also really need to take a serious look at, do we have the competencies in-house to drive the change and then to make it happen. So that's, I think, something we are increasingly realizing. Two, it's actually for Marco, perhaps for all of us. And Marco, since you said you worked for INGOs before, maybe I'm going to ask you to put your INGO hat on for a minute. Because when you run a country program as an INGO that's covering your costs and your headquarters telling you that they need to cover their costs as well is really critical. So sharing ICR from CARE's perspective is actually holding back localization. If you are the WFP with 14.2 billion budget last year, I guess with 7% from 14 billion, you can share. It's not gonna put your own organization at risk. If you're INTERSOS, and I think Julia alluded to that, sharing 7% on an ECHO grant with a partner is challenging. It's very difficult. And in some organizations, for smaller INGO intermediaries, it means that perhaps then the easy choice is to say, well, let's not support localization, let's do direct implementation. So we had this conversation in Geneva with your DG, Mr. Popovsky, very recently, and he was very adamant to say 7% is not going to change and you will have to share. But we think this conversation really needs to continue with all donors, including ECHO, and maybe think of your NGO days. I'm looking forward to hearing how that looked like and if it was easy to share ICR. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. After this, okay, I can start? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a very good conversation. Thank you so much for all the panelists. I would like, we discussed a lot about international organization and national organization, but I want to be a little bit deep dive on the nuance of the local partner itself. I'm working in South Sudan, and I know 216 local NGOs right now registered under NGO Forum. I want to discuss about women leadership in humanitarian and partnership opportunity. My question is, have we done enough, for example, as a UN or international organization or even donor, to prioritize selection of women lead organization as a partner? If not, then what is your advocacy message? Especially we have two of women leaders here. Thank you.
Great. Last one, and then we finish.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite interesting, and I'm just reflecting as a donor, and this is my opinion as an individual, not of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The issue of the international agencies, for me in country, the importance is understanding whether they are led by the national staff or the international staff. Sometimes the donors would prefer to work with the international organizations that are led with national staff because of cross-country learning and some of these other things that perhaps maybe it might be very difficult to work with a local agency in a country, and then you have similar activities that you're doing in another country. So sometimes it's quite operational and cross-learning. But my point that I want to make here is with the international organization is how much are they making the human resources local inside the countries versus how many experts would you have in a country. That makes the whole difference, I would say.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because we are running out of time. I will take up what you've just put on the table is quite a hot issue in country about local staff of international organizations who become blockages for localization, but we'll put that on the table afterwards. Marco, I think a couple of questions came to you. You're in hot demand.
Thank you. So about the first question about the capacity strengthening. So yeah, I agree with you partially in the sense that it's true that in the humanitarian field, it's more difficult to have a proposal to justify sometimes larger portion of the budgets that go towards capacity strengthening activities. It is generally, historically, culturally, if you like, easier to do this through longer term development projects. Having said that, it is actually a very clear commitment that comes out from the localization guidance to pay more attention to capacity strengthening activities within eco-funded projects. There's a caveat here, however. This doesn't mean that there is going to be more money or rather additional money allocated specifically for capacity strengthening activities. That is not the case. However, within the same proposal, I can tell you that one of the changes of the single form is in fact that will be an extra chapter where our partners will be requested and expected, in fact, to tell us about their capacity strengthening, capacity sharing plans for their own implementing partners. This means that, of course, if you put it in the narrative as a specific action or a specific outcome, then of course you can make a good case to have some budget linked to that. But of course, everything needs to be reasonable and linked to the specific purpose of the project, right? That's the caveat. But the short answer is that yes, there is going to be a much more heavier focus on recognizing the importance of capacity strengthening, and that this comes at a cost. And it's capacity strengthening also related to safety and security trainings and so on. Regarding the second question about the sharing the overhead costs, I I don't know which hats to put on, but I actually read the readout of the meeting that you are referring to with Director Popowski, and so I know what he says. What I can tell you, in true honesty, is that the issue of the 7% is a very uphill battle. Why? Because for one thing, it doesn't depend only on ECHO, it's a commission-wide issue, which doesn't mean that it cannot change, but just that it's at a much higher level. Is it worth keeping on banging on this issue from the NGO side? If I put back my NGO hats, I would say yes. However, the issue here that I've realized since joining ECHO is that don't give it for granted that donors know exactly how your overheads are used, because there might be an assumption that overheads are used at the country office level. So when some donors say, oh, but this costs, it's not eligible because it should be covered by the overheads, what I've realized is that it's not necessarily common knowledge that, as you all know, overheads are going to the headquarters, because that is why headquarters can actually exist. They are generally fully funded by the overheads that are generated by the single individual proposals. And generally very little or none of this money goes back to the country offices. And so I do appreciate this anxiety around having to share an amount of the same overheads with the local partners. But then here, as I said, my suggestion for you as NGO community, as Voice, as ICFA, or any of the other network of NGOs, is to try to make sure that you don't just pass the message that you just need more money. I don't think that's the right message. The message is rather trying to make sure that you educate your donor on what you are using the overheads for exactly. If you want international NGOs to be able to invest in advocacy publication, in actually having technical experts, in actually having a headquarter in the first place, well, that should be your what you should sort of emphasize. Having said that, I mean, it is going to be an incredibly uphill battle because it goes well beyond ECHO alone.
Great, thank you. And I've heard this from other donors as well, but I think carry on that advocacy and insistence by NGOs, and also for donors. It's not good enough, Marco, and other donors, right, to just say that's just a commission-wide thing. If you really are thinking about systems change, then there has to be some work done on that. We know that because we also have been advocating for direct funding for local actors, and often we are told by donors, oh, it's against our policy. Well, policies can change, that's why we are here, and so we need to insist and keep going on that, because that's not good enough. Okay, we are going to come to an end, but I just wanted to bring in the last thing you put on the table about the national staff of international organizations. And I think there has been that move that we need more national staff who can lead on, because they know the context and all of that. But we also know, and I think local actors will tell you, that sometimes because of these fears, and I'm going to go back to the fears of perhaps losing their position, losing their power, perhaps losing their jobs, right? Often they become blockage to real equitable partnership at country level. Something for you to think about. And this is from, so as Global Mentoring Initiative, we've done studies of state of localization in at least 14 countries, and it comes repeatedly, right? So that means that you have to do some internal work, right? on why is it important. And it doesn't mean that everybody will lose their job, but that you may have a different role to play, right? And I think unless that kind of conversation happens, we will not move forward. And I think our thing was, how can we step up, and how can we make sure that we are really making scale up change? And it's not this plodding, because over the last so many years, we're going very slowly. So how can we scale up? I think that that's a really important aspect, to really do the internal work that's necessary. And at the beginning, I started with, actually, each one of us has to play a role, and it's not the system. If we are changing and each one of your staff member reflects on this, I think change will be much faster. Last words, Julia. Give us your last recommendation, and I'm going to go to everybody and then we stop.
Thanks. As last words, I think during this discussion, we didn't focus enough on community groups, volunteers network, you know, this kind of informal local actors that in reality, they really cannot access fundings. So what I wish for INTERSOS, what INTERSOS is doing, but I wish we do it more, is really to be a bridge, like a trampoline, to allow this kind of community group to be able to be the leader in the response. So I think this is our role.
More diversity, right, in the different types of organization. Marco, please. Last word. Last recommendation.
Yes. The way I would like to close this is that, you know, localization is really, in a sense, almost become a buzzword these days, which sometimes can also have negative connotations. And I think it's important to remember that when we talk about localization, it's really actually a shorthand for something more complex. We are talking about equitable partnership, right? And this means that we are not we're not anti one side and pro another side. It's about establishing equality in a relationship where historically and until very recently, until now, there hasn't been much equity. And one of the way that I would suggest you to visualize or think about localization is a result, an outcome where at the end, we can look at the whole partnership between international and local partners as a whole as worth more than the sum of the different parts. I think this is what I really like to think about when I think about localization.
Thank you. Thanks, Marco. So some of the parts. Angelina, please, your last words.
Well, for me, I think it's high time we need to really start walking the talk, because we've been talking for a very long time, but the reality is we do very little in implementing what we are discussing. And the practical thing is, I have attended a lot of global events. A lot of good things are being discussed at the high table, but in country, it's nearly zero. So we want to see whatever is being discussed at the global level, let's try to make it practical in country, because that's where a lot of works are happening. And when we talk of also localization agenda, both are beneficial, both the international organization and the national partner. No one is displacing anybody, but we all have roles to play in offering services. So we should not look like we are competing. No one is competing with anybody. National partners should not be mistaken like fighting for localization agenda is one way of chasing the international on along the space. That's not the reality. But what we can do and what the international can do so that we can really offer services that we need. And in terms of funding, we've been forgetting a lot on women-led organization in terms of all the quarrels we've been having. Sometimes we put it clustered together as national partners. But when you narrow it down, we have women-led organization, women rights organization, women movement, those are key, and they don't attract funding anywhere. So I think as part of this discussion, we also need to reflect back and know that they also offer a lot of quality services to the communities that they need to also be on the table. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So women-led organizations, please make sure you are supporting the ones that are really at the forefront. Tara, you have the last word.
Oui, merci pour cette dernière opportunité. Je voudrais rassurer ma sœur qu'effectivement, on n'a pas répondu à sa question. Au Mali, par exemple, FEDE est la seule organisation féminine dans le mécanisme de coordination humanitaire, mais maintenant, c'est un devoir pour FEDE au sein de la plateforme de faire venir d'autres organisations féminines, et c'est ce que nous faisons. Et c'est ce travail-là qu'il faut faire au niveau de chaque pays. Il ne faut pas baisser les bras parce que c'est difficile. Nous, on s'est engagé depuis 2011 dans les mécanismes de coordination. Le premier financement qu'on a eu en termes de financement pour une action humanitaire, c'était en 2018. Donc, il faut se battre. Deuxième chose que je voulais dire, par rapport à cette peur de perte d'emploi au niveau des organisations internationales, moi, je pense que la proposition, j'en avais parlé, après c'est ressorti dans la proposition de ECHO, l'harmonisation est la solution. Peut-être que les choses vont changer de forme, mais quand on va harmoniser, on va recruter sur quelle base? Sur la base des compétences et des capacités. Et ça permet au niveau international et au niveau local de postuler. Celui qui est le meilleur, c'est celui-là qui va être recruté parce que les enjeux restent les mêmes en fait. Et je crois que ça échappe un peu à l'analyse des uns et des autres. Alors, dernière chose que je voulais dire, c'est par rapport à la localisation. Nous espérons franchement que ce ne serait pas juste un effet de mode, qu'on va opérationnaliser la localisation, que ça va faire et que ça fasse ses effets pour le bonheur des populations qui ont besoin de nous. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco, everyone. Great last words.
Thank you.
So let's jump right into our last panel of this intense day. I would like to call on stage our moderator, Luca Raineri, Research Fellow Security Studies at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, Eileen Morrow, Policy and Advocacy Coordinator at ICVA, Alda Cappelletti, Senior Humanitarian Advisor at INTERSOS, and online with us is Roger Gutierrez Salgado, a Humanitarian Access Advisor at MSF. So.
I'm sure they're gonna say they leave tomorrow. No, for sure. They leave tomorrow. No, because of the example you made, which is very clear and very helpful, but at the same time it's stuck in my mind. So, good afternoon. I was told to encourage everybody to take a seat. accompanied by the disappointing announcement that there is no coffee, so there's no point in standing. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. This is the last panel of the day. We are very conscious of the fact that it's Friday late afternoon, and usually panelists and chairs tend to say, we are afraid that we stand in between you and lunch. In our case, we are aware that we stand in between you and the entire weekend. And for some of you, it's possibly one of the few weekends in Rome that you're entitled to spend, and I realize that many of you have had a very intense week, and all of us have had a very intense day. So we start immediately without leg stretching, without anything else, and we go straight towards the very core of our discussion tonight. Hopefully, it's going to be an exciting discussion to keep you alive until 6:30 tonight, because we're addressing certainly one of the key topics of today, and possibly one of the most important topics for the humanitarianism in general, that is the very important and problematic thing of access. And we are trying to discuss tonight about practical lessons learned, what could be done, what could be done better, what could be done differently in order to ensure the humanitarian activities, and most particularly regarding access. We are very lucky to have tonight with us a very distinguished panel of speakers with an extensive experience in the provision of aid in different capacities. I'm going to present them one by one. Hopefully, we're going to organize our conversation in a slightly different manner. I would like to ensure to each of the speakers some 10 minutes, if you like, to deliver your presentation and develop your thoughts with some times to do so. And after that, I would like to turn the floor and provide the opportunity for the audience to intervene, ask questions, make remarks. We are aware that many of you haven't had any coffee, but we're also aware that many of you have had wine. So we expect a very lively discussion. Having said this, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Luca Raineri. I'm a researcher in security studies at the Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies. And therefore, we're very glad that INTERSOS have provided us with the opportunity to be here, to contribute to the organization of this workshop, and in my case, to be the chair and the moderator of this panel. I would like to start by introducing our first speaker, Alda Cappelletti, to my right, who started out working for the Red Cross in Iraq, but then spent many years, since 2005, working with INTERSOS in different capacities, the latest of which, if I'm not mistaken, is Senior Humanitarian Advisor, but she has also worked as Director of Programs, responsible for INTERSOS operation worldwide. She has also contributed to launching, to opening many of the missions of INTERSOS, including some of the most successful, I would say, and those who have been there for many years. So given this lengthy and certainly very exciting experience, I would like to ask you, what are, according to your experience, the main challenges to humanitarian access, as well as what are the lessons learned over your experience in INTERSOS, and how to overcome the challenges through the lessons that you might have learned in your capacity, different capacities with your INTERSOS experience. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody, and thank you for holding up at this hour. I feel that we touched a lot on access challenges over the past panels, even the Director General at the beginning, but also the Sant'Anna students touched a lot on that. So I think the best I can do is to try to expand a little bit on some of these challenges utilizing examples from 3 countries that I visited, where INTERSOS have operations that I visited in the last 6 months, DRC Congo, Yemen, and Ukraine. When we talk about access challenges, that is a very popular conversation nowadays. It's not that access challenges were never been there before, they've always been there. However, the range and the volume of needs and therefore humanitarian programming increased so much that the challenges increased as well. I think that generally speaking, we can identify 3 main categories of access challenges. One is related to logistics and therefore physical access. Then we have, of course, conflict, insecurity, and then the bureaucratic and administrative impediments. Those are all external factors, external elements to access. Of course, the humanitarian system, as we have called it today, also have a lot of challenges internal, mainly due as well to the lack of collective approaches towards negotiation and towards engagement with the parties. OCHA is the agency that has a lot of responsibilities in supporting organizations to harmonize these practices and these approaches. And indeed, in many of the countries where we work nowadays, we have the so-called GOPs, the Joint Operating Principles, which is very useful if you want negotiation framework to support NGOs and agencies in their principled approach toward different parties. However, they are not really effective, not most of the time. We have issues because these principles are more statements and aspirations than reality. They are not usually or rarely, they are not negotiated with the armed groups and with the other stakeholders in advance. They are only presented when they are drafted. And there is no obligation. They are not binding for neither the organization nor the groups. And there is no equal participation on that. But coming back to the examples and to the challenges, if we take DRC, in DRC, we know 20 years of crisis, especially in the eastern side of the country, North Kivu province, South Kivu province, etc. We have certainly issues related to logistics, poor infrastructure, poor roads that makes very difficult to reach remote areas. We have volcano eruption. We have a lot of natural disasters, etc. But I think that logistics constraints are relatively easy to overcome if we have more equipment, more personnel, more funds and assets. What is not so easy in terms of challenges is, of course, insecurity. And the issue in DRC is mostly related to the presence of a very big number of different groups. We have the national army, we have the foreign armies, we have the self-defense group, we have the armed groups, we have as well inter-community violence. So just as an example, in the North Kivu and South Kivu provinces alone, we have registered more than 100 armed groups. And these are very difficult for the organizations, humanitarian organizations, to deal with them. First of all, there is a lack of chain of command, a lack of discipline. They are very much localized. And there are definitely efforts. I mentioned OCHA before, again, OCHA and INSO as well. They are trying to support organizations in engaging with these groups, but at the end of the day, each organization have to have its own negotiation in the field. And the risk is with the low-level commanders that are controlling the areas, the risk is you make arrangements with a low-level commander and you risk to have these repudiated the day after when the new commander comes in. I think that for the success of negotiating access in DRC, we can draw two main points. One is community acceptance. Also, that has been mentioned before by a student related to Yemen. Community acceptance is a key risk factor and a key element of success for access, especially in the context like DRC, where these groups are embedded in local communities. So they are part of the local structure. As INTERSOS, we implemented a vast program of protection monitoring, and these through a very vast number network of the so-called community mobilizers. And these allow us to maintain close relations with the communities and therefore to have links also with the groups. But again, community acceptance is not replaceable. Organizations need to deal anyhow directly with the groups. And then I think also conflict analysis and conflict sensitivity is extremely important. For example, again, in DRC, where impartiality is framed in ethnic terms. You have Tutsi, you have Hutu. And NGOs, of course, they support IDPs, and IDPs belong to an ethnic group, which is not necessarily the same ethnic group of the local community. And even if it's important to support IDPs because they are the most vulnerable category of people, we need to be very, very careful and find ways to support also the community that hosts them. Going to Yemen, we have discussed about Yemen before. There are similarities with the context of DRC as well, but I think the most relevant access challenge for humanitarian actors in Yemen are the bureaucratic and administrative impediments that come from both areas, from the north and the authorities in the north, what we call the de facto authorities, the Houthis, Ansar Allah, etc., and the south as well. I've been in Yemen last August, and what we have trying to do with the frontline staff of INTERSOS, with our teams, is to identify and record the most common demands that our staff receive on daily basis from the authorities. And we have registered more than 20 or 25 of these demands that goes from restriction on need assessment and meal activities. And then we have interference with staff recruitment or identification of supplier. And then you have interference with programmatic choices or limitation of certain type of activities, for example, the protection activities. Then you have the request to share beneficiary data. Then you have the request for pay additional taxes, etc. So we have tried to go through each of them and unpack them to see if there are red lines that we have crossed in dealing with all these demands. And of course, when there is a negotiation, there are dilemmas and there are compromises. For example, in the case of the protection activities that are very much restricted, particularly in northern Yemen, sometimes we utilize medical activities and the health sector as an entry point to reach the population. So this exercise was meant to support the field staff, which is engaging day to day with a vast range of actors and formulate alternative mitigation measures for maintaining a principled approach while dealing with these complex situations. And of course, I mentioned GOPs. For example, the de facto authorities in the north, they refused recently to sit down with OCHA and discuss GOPs. That is not something they are interested in doing, because they know that if they agree on that, on this principle, they will, at the end of the day, be abide to that and will be counterproductive for them. Going quickly to Ukraine, we discussed a lot of Ukraine. So I think that the main points for Ukraine is linked to exactly the panel that we had before on the localization. Access is linked to localization, because the only one able to reach the frontline population on the cross line are the national actors, and not only the national actors, but the volunteers group that have a higher risk appetite than international organization. But sometimes, because of their nature, which is not formal, they are not equipped to ensure safety and security of the staff. So we believe as INTERSOS, we have heard what we do in terms of partnership, etc. We believe that we need to enable this organization in overcoming these challenges that we have and giving overhead, like just we mentioned, supporting in medical insurance, supporting in security training, etc. So it's not only transferring risk, but enable them on that. I have others, but I think I will close it here before we go too long.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alda. Indeed, there would be a lot to say. Unfortunately, the time constraints are very important, but hopefully in the Q&A you will be able to further develop some of the points that you were stressing. I would now suggest to move on then to the next speaker, to the extreme left, I would say, of the position on the panel, at least. Enrico Pavignani, who is an independent public health practitioner. So he really wanted to stress in our meetings before today that he's not a humanitarian, but he has worked obviously in contact with humanitarian actors and exposed to humanitarian issues. He's also, as a researcher, affiliated to the Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies in Pisa. He has worked in troubled, problematic and conflict settings for more than 40 years in a variety of capacities as district doctor, trainer, planner, policy analyst, and researcher. And as a researcher, his main areas of expertise cover the public health sectors in Africa and Asian countries. So, Enrico, I would like to ask you to perhaps pick up the discussion on access, not so much from the usual side of how to ensure access by those who deliver aid from the humanitarian perspective, but perhaps focus a little bit less on the supply side of humanitarian aid delivery. Your perspective as a public health practitioner with a lengthy experience in development suggests that there is much to gain to consider also the demand side of humanitarian aid. So my question would be, what can a focus on the demand side highlight in terms of the main challenges, but also opportunities linked to humanitarian activities and humanitarian access in particular? Thank you very much, Enrico. The floor is yours.
Well, when I was invited to this conference, I was puzzled because I didn't have clear what my contribution might be, but they insisted, so I am here. And I am a watcher of humanitarians, not an actor of this. But after 40 years spent in international crisis, I have a few ideas about what happens in the context, more than inside humanitarian agencies. So I thought that looking at the demand side of health provision induces a sort of rethinking of the whole setting. The first
point is about realizing that even if this is a humanitarian setting, it's still a health market. And humanitarians don't intervene alone. Okay. Just an example, when the Yazidis fled from their mountains in Jar to eastern Iraq, many were accommodated in IDP camps, and each camp was fairly well, let's say, presided by health facilities run by humanitarian agencies. But when a survey was done about health-seeking behavior, they found that only 30% of interviewees said that they had used humanitarian health facilities. 40% were private, at a cost estimated 14 times higher, and the other 30% were tertiary hospitals at the cost estimated, if I recall well, 4 times more. So it's not about saying that this is irrelevant, but if you appraise the market around, you might find a way to tune better your intervention, understand better why poor people who have lost everything in their own homeland decided to use their money in this way. This is an example of looking more at demand than well, one point is that you shouldn't. It's the same fallacy to look only at demand as to look only at supply, because each one conditions the other side of the intercourse. So just give the same weight to both sides. I would say that it would improve our programming. The other point about demand is, as already surfaced in many comments, is about recognizing that the crisis-affected people might be considered the beneficiary, but they are not passive beneficiaries. People are struggling for survival. So it means that they do a lot of things, not necessarily, let's say, positive, but they are active, and they are mobile. Roger later will stress this point. We have already discussed it among us, that the conventional idea that if I have one health facility in an IDP camp, the legislation fait, we have obtained what we need. Forget that these people are extremely mobile, particularly in border areas where, because of danger, because of differential costs and so on, they move to and through borders. So it's more about accessing people than more accessing places. Okay, this is another example. We could go on in this way. The third point I would like to stress is about too often, and this is not just humanitarian healthcare, but also conventional healthcare, is treating a community as a homogeneous set of people with similar needs and similar expectations. In some places, like Mosul, before Daesh, there were at least 18 communities, 18 religious or ethnic denominations and so on, which is typical everywhere you find this, in market towns. because each, let's say, religion or ethnic group and so on wants to have a sentinel and arm there to make business, okay? So you have this sort of composite communities, and within the same location, you can find the poor and then the poorest, or the most vulnerable, like the Yazidis or the Muhammadin in Yemen, or the Jagderi in Somalia, and so on. Now, there's a nice point called, have you heard about the inverse equity hypothesis? That if you offer a flat service, it might be taken more by the better off. It is the point raised about satellites, that apparently is a great opening, but it might be used more by, for instance, the IT literates than the others, okay? This sort of thing. There are other examples that, looking with the demand side lens, you can advance your understanding. But there's a major point that advancing your understanding is not enough. One study in Congo raised the point, the point of evidentiary inertia. So you know what happens, but your organization works in a way which lets you to keep doing things which might be done different, okay? So it's not only a matter of understanding, but also to design interventions in a way that they are exposed to change. I mean, they are welcome change. So don't fill in detail your log frames and leave many blank cells, because working more and more in this context, you will fill the blank cells, but with more intelligence of your environment. 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
And you did even less. You're incredibly disciplined. All right. Thank you very much, Enrico, for this very interesting contribution that indeed addresses a point that is not often considered as carefully as it would deserve. Let me now turn to our next speaker, Eileen Morrow, who is Advocacy and Policy Focal Point on the Humanitarian Coordination Team of the International Council of Voluntary Agencies, focusing on the strengthening of humanitarian access and collective action. Prior to joining ICVA, Eileen was the Ethiopia Humanitarian INGO Forum Director, and before that she has worked extensively in Ethiopia, Nepal, Asia, East Africa, Haiti, and many other countries. With Eileen, I would like to tackle a slightly different topic, because when we speak about humanitarian access, we know that this is, ensuring unimpeded access to humanitarian actors is, in theory, a legal obligation under international humanitarian law. But in practice, the implementation of this often entails the ability to build trust with gatekeepers of access. So what I would like to ask you is, what are the key components of trust? Trust is, after all, a relation. So how is this relation built? What are its components? And what's its value? What's the value of the humanitarian principles and collective action when it comes to building trust? Thank you very much, Eileen. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Luca, and thanks everybody for sitting through today and joining me on this panel for the graveyard shift. I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Trust is something we've talked about extensively today. It's a theme that has been stitched through so many of the interventions. And I think it's safe to say that trust in the humanitarian system and in humanitarian actors is at an all-time low. We're seeing parties to the conflict increasingly try to instrumentalize aid, and that's absolutely a motivation, and they're denying access increasingly. However, there's also a real concern amongst many parties to the conflict, and they have major trust issues in humanitarians. They don't see us as in alignment with the humanitarian principles. They don't see us as neutral. They don't see us as impartial. They don't even see us in some instances as actually being committed to the humanitarian mandate of saving lives, alleviating suffering, of promoting dignity. So I've had senior government officials say to me that we're not giving you access because we know NGOs ran guns for the opposition in the past. Or I've had situations where they've said, we know that you're going to use your humanitarian assistance to make money for yourselves. You're not interested in actually, changing the lives of crisis-affected populations. I know that all of you will also have plenty of your own examples where you've had real critiques thrown at you by various parties to the conflict. We've had some very difficult conversations. But the other issue with trust, and it might be more controversial, is that I'm seeing a real absence of trust within the humanitarian system itself. And we heard from the national actors today around the absence of trust. And we're seeing this in coordination mechanisms, we're seeing this at HCTs, in INGO fora, and it has a huge implication. And there's so many reasons why this happens. Of course, there's competition between NGOs, but it has devastating consequences on our credibility. I've been in a meeting with a special envoy on access. We had jointly agreed messages for this special envoy that were really challenged with access. And one humanitarian NGO just said, oh, we have access. And it completely sucked the air out of the room and undermined the credibility of the message. So I'm raising these issues not out of judgment or wanting to shame anybody, but we're having real consequences of this lack of trust and investment in trust building in the humanitarian system. So I wanted to take a step back for a moment and talk about trust and what do we mean by trust. So there's many definitions of trust, but in a nutshell, it's a deeply held belief in the integrity, reliability, and intentions of an entity or an individual. And it's the basis for successful relationships. We can't, as you put in the question, we can't get access without it. It serves as the basis for cooperation and for acceptance. It's so hard to build and so easy to lose. And it's built in all these little moments, these little interactions. And nothing beats proximity for building trust. It's really that investment in relationships, that tea drinking, and the tea drinking budget line is just such an important budget line to have in your log frame for building trust. And COVID has really destroyed this, and I think we're still recovering from it. We're mammals after all, and we actually need contact. So much of trust is just about spending time with people, talking to them, understanding where they're coming from, what their restrictions are. It takes a lot of time and energy. And there are, of course, risks of engaging with our counterparts. I've had CDs say to me, there's no way I would go and talk to the government because that puts me at risk. I don't want to legitimize them. I don't want to legitimize parties to the conflict. I don't want the exposure. The problem is, of course, that all parties to the conflict, all people will have an opinion about your agency if you're present in the context, whether you've met them or not. So you might as well make sure it's an informed opinion, okay? But there's more to trust than just showing up. There's actually 7 components to trust. The first is boundaries, having really clear boundaries, identifying those boundaries and setting them. And humanitarians' boundaries are the humanitarian principles, okay? But it's also recognizing that our counterparts have boundaries themselves and respecting them, knowing what they are and respecting them. And in humanitarian negotiations, they are the red lines for the negotiation. For the second one, it's around reliability. So being able to do the same thing again and again over time consistently. So people will trust you if you are consistent in your approach. And that, again, going back to the principles, that means the consistent application of principles across contexts, across time. And, you know, we've seen this whole accusation of the lack of consistency in the application of IHL and how much that undermines credibility. The third is accountability, so that need to be able to admit mistakes, to say, I'm sorry, I messed up, you know, and that takes enormous courage to do, and very few senior leaders I actually see practice this accountability, but it has a huge impact, because then it's like, okay, well, I know there's a problem with my organization or with my behavior, and I'm prepared to fix it. The fourth, of course, is confidentiality. To trust someone, I need to know that they're going to keep my secrets private, and that my confidence are going to be kept. And the fifth is around integrity. And the research says that demonstrating integrity requires moving from this aspiration, so the aspiration of the humanitarian principles, to specific observable behaviors. For example, with the joint operating protocols, they're a really good way of demonstrating the practical application of principles, not just professing values. And humanity, so we're very lucky that we have these principles as the basis for our integrity. But do our staff actually know and understand the principles? I've been doing a lot of workshops over the last couple of years with CCHN. I was in a workshop there last year with senior UN leaders, senior NGO leaders, and we got a grilling on the humanitarian principles and what they meant. And I can tell you that none of us were fluent with them, okay? And I'm doing these sort of questionnaires with various leadership from senior to frontline level, and there is a real absence of knowledge on the humanitarian principles. We assume we know them, but a lot of people on the spot will struggle to define what impartiality is, what neutrality is, what humanity is, and what independence is, and how it applies to their work. We keep debating the value of the principles. Their value is that they separate humanitarian action from political and military action. They help us build trust because they help us demonstrate integrity. They help keep us safe. Yes, there's tensions there. Yes, there's pressure, particularly on the principle of neutrality. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit because it's come up a few times today. We're pushed all the time to take sides. And humanitarians do take sides. We're not apolitical. We take the side of crisis-affected populations. That is not a popular stance. That is a very difficult stance to have. And we're constantly questioned, why are you doing this? Why aren't you not, standing on the side of this particular population? We stand on the side of all crisis-affected populations. So I know that neutrality is considered an operational posture, a way of working, but I think that neutrality actually also speaks to our humanity. Thank you. It means we recognize the suffering of all people affected by conflict, not just the one side. It's part of ensuring do no harm and sort of laying the foundations of peace. But it's also about building trust, and we talked about trust in local actors. I keep hearing from international NGOs and donors, we don't trust the national NGOs because they have a political stance. They are not neutral. We're concerned about aid diversion. And I was sorry not to hear that being discussed in the localization section. Yes, there's huge inequities with financing, but there's also this question of trust around humanitarian principles. And if we want to have coordination mechanisms where we actually have open discussions, then we need to have this discussion of neutrality. And on the application of principles. Okay, we all make compromises to principles, and the important part is that we actually identify the impacts of those compromises and that we discuss them. Sixth is non-judgment. I'm going to run 2 minutes over, I'm sorry. So for someone to trust you, they need to feel that you're not going to judge them. And we're very good at judging each other in our operations. Oh, that person was, ridiculous for doing that thing. If you make somebody feel like they're judged, that you're judging them negatively, they will never share a problem with you. And it really creates a very difficult negotiation environment. And that's what I'm saying around advocacy, we have to be so careful about what we put in our public statements around condemnation, or you're triggering shame, you're potentially undermining the negotiation process, and you're damaging your relationships. Finally, it's the confidence and intentions. So people need to believe that you have good intentions and good faith at heart. And we heard earlier today that the Taliban used to consider us benevolent strangers, and now they consider us, agents of Western foreign policy. So 3 quick recommendations. At a minimum, ensure your staff understand the principles and know how to apply them in their contexts. Number 2, discuss the dilemmas that they're facing internally and externally to frame clear positions on how to apply the humanitarian principles. And finally, hire and promote trust builders. Encourage trust building, encourage team playing, not just competition. This isn't about resources, this is about ensuring, and thank you so much for your focus on crisis affected populations. It's about doing good, effective, and principled aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen. I actually didn't want to interrupt you, but to suggest to keep the micro close to your mouth. Anyway, thank you very much for your thought-provoking remarks that I hope will spark some debate. And perhaps I'll take the freedom of my role to introduce a question that I address perhaps to you and to the entire audience, speaking about trust. To what extent do social media affect trust relationships between you and other actors and the field you operate in? Is it a tool that can help and can be leveraged in humanitarian action, or is it rather something that might be exposed even to explicit and deliberate manipulation with a view to undermining trust and humanitarian action? But before I properly ask this question to you, let me first open the floor to our last but certainly not least, the last but not least of our panelists and speakers, Roger Gutierrez Salgado, who is joining us from the cybersphere, who is Humanitarian Access Advisor working for the Dutch section of Doctors Without Borders, MSF. He also worked earlier in several operational roles with MSF in a variety of countries, mainly in the Middle East and East Africa. In his current role, he supports country teams on specific access and negotiation challenges, as well as strengthening MSF staff capacities to plan and implement humanitarian negotiation. So what I would like to ask to Roger is that we hear several discussions taking place here as well as elsewhere regarding the problematic of access. But one could also argue that after all, this problematic is as old as humanitarianism as an enterprise. So I would like to ask you, is the emphasis on access due rather to the fact that there are increasing constraints, objective ones out there, or is it because humanitarian actors are becoming more risk averse? So, Roger, the floor is yours. Since I cannot show you my threatening sign of 2 minutes left, in case you exceed, I'll apologize in advance. I will have to intervene and shorten your intervention. Thank you very much, Roger.
No worries. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me well. Can you guys hear me well out there?
Yes, relatively so, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Luca, and the colleagues of the panel, and also to INTERSOS. It's a pleasure to be able to join from Barcelona, so from the cyberspace, but not so far away from here. Though it would be a bigger pleasure actually to be there in Rome with you guys. So we have 10 minutes, maybe a bit less. I'm going to try to keep it short. The question doesn't help, Luca, in fact, to talk about if we're aggressive or not and the risks and so on. But I'm going to try to keep it short. The first part of your question was more about whether or not now access constraints are higher, or is it that we somehow paying more attention and why? And I think we do pay attention more. It's difficult to compare, so the answer is quite complex. We're going to talk a bit about this first, and then maybe we talk about on whether or not we're taking more or less risks. So I think we're paying more attention to the constraints on access. That is really clear. At least in MSF, we're implementing more and more activities in order to be able to try to reach more and better the populations that we serve. And for them, very good point also from colleagues there, from populations to be able to reach us. And I think it is because just for the fact that aid is not reaching the most vulnerable, I think it's a key thing that we can all agree on. It's a massive challenge in itself. It affects what Eileen was saying. It's one of the basic humanitarian principles, that of impartiality, because of these constraints that we're facing. In many places, aid is not reaching the most vulnerable populations that could reach, and that is a big issue by itself. But is it the only reason why we're paying more attention to this? I don't think so. I think we're also paying more attention to this because 90% of the reasons why aid is not reaching the most vulnerable, or those most vulnerable cannot reach us, are man-made. So despite some physical, environmental obstacles that might be out there in some context, related to terrain and climate, I think 90% of the constraints are internal or external to humanitarian organizations, but are man-made, are things that we could all work on, right? And linking to the point of climate, I think another key point why we're becoming more obsessed with access constraints is because, as Aldo was mentioning at the beginning, needs are just skyrocketing year after year. And we all probably know that we'll only get higher with multiplying factors like climate change or what happened with the COVID, right? It is true. And some of the challenges have been mentioned by the colleagues. I'm not going to extend myself on those. I'm going to stop a little bit on the part of states and non-state armed groups, imposing more control. Those bureaucratic and administrative impediments that Alda was mentioning were a key issue in Yemen. It is true. I think we're also paying more attention to this, although I would like to bring some reflection in here. I have the feeling also that some of the regulations that are imposed to humanitarians in certain countries are just this. They're just regulations. These are regulations that other governments have imposed already and would impose. If not, if you wanna see that, try to bring a cargo back from Yemen into the Schengen zone and try to see how easy it is also to deal with certain regulations from places like Italy there or Spain in here or Germany. So some of the regulations that are imposed to humanitarian actors are the result of states becoming stronger and just wanted to have more control. And others, of course, others of those constraints are, of course, linked to the fact that not only states, but non-state armed groups and other actors and authorities want to impose more control over where this aid is reaching and actually target certain populations by cutting the aid to them. No, Gaza, one of the examples nowadays that is hitting the news. I think the other key point why we're getting more and more interested on this is also because actually aid not being able to reach vulnerable populations means that programs are not being implemented and that the funds that were allocated there are not able to be implemented. And so those funds that could have been allocated elsewhere get lost on those budgets. No? And I think that in a moment where, again, needs are skyrocketing and the budgets are being cut, that is a challenge. 1 minute more to talk about, okay, we've been talking a lot about external constraints, but I want to really hit a few messages about internal constraints as well. Alda was mentioning some internal constraints at the system level, but I also think, and echoing also some concerns of Eileen about how we support our teams, I think we also, humanitarian organizations at the organization level, have internal constraints ourselves. Lack of flexibility sometimes to change the programs and to adapt to the context, capacities and support to the staff that are out there negotiating. And I think Eileen expressed very well how we sometimes struggle to define principles and support staff on the dilemmas. But as Enrico was mentioning at the beginning, I'm a strong advocate from trying to also move away from analyzing access only based on location and more focusing on populations. Because I think one of the challenges that we're facing with humanitarians are that we analyze access based on locations, based on maps, red zones, green zones. And actually within those red and green zones, there's different populations with different needs. and we should adapt the intervention to those needs. I'm going to take 4 more minutes or 5 to talk about, are we more risk averse or not? It's complex. It's complex to define whether or not we are. Why? Because comparing risks, it's also challenging. I've seen new risks appearing for international organizations in the last 20 years that were not there before. And so it's difficult to know whether or not we're more averse if the risks are also different. Just to mention a few, everyone knows about the whole war on terrorism and organizations being targeted for engaging with so-called terrorist organizations. So that is a risk that was not happening 20 years ago. The appearance maybe of military private companies in context where we're working also brings risks that were not there some years ago. Eileen will know very well on the context of Ethiopia how misinformation and disinformation campaigns, smear campaigns targeting organizations were actually affecting us and would come from cyberspace, but also get translated into then reality in the form of security incidents for us in MSF with the loss of our colleagues, but we're far from being the only ones that have lost colleagues there in Tigray and in Ethiopia. And since we're talking about social media, as it was mentioned before, also cybersecurity threats are kind of new and skyrocketing since the intervention in Ukraine. No? And just to mention one more, it was the first time for me, for instance, to be there in Ukraine and to try to implement at the very early stages of the conflict. And for me, it was the first time that I was in an interstate war, and one of those states having nuclear weapons. And so all of a sudden, a new threat and a new risk was we needed to consider what should we do if our staff or our patients were subject to the effects of radiation. No? So new risks also mean that we might be more risk averse towards those risks. So I somehow think, yes, we are more risk averse. And I'm going to talk about 2 specific things why I think that is that big beyond the fact that we have new risks. First is a matter of size. I'm going to speak for MSF. We're a massive organization right now, 3-point-something billion. We've multiplied our capacities and our size in just a matter of over a decade. And of course, bigger organizations mean that you're responsible also for more staff, more assets, and so on. So you might also consider risks differently. That doesn't mean that size goes hand in hand with being more risk averse. I personally think that in MSF, we still sort of keep a balance in between still being a bit having risk appetite and also having considerable interventions. But you always need to pair your growth operationally with systems that are able also to keep pace and try to keep your people and your assets and the community safe. No? So I think growth is one of the reasons why we might, as a system and as organizations, to become more risk averse. And one last point in 1 minute. Another point that I really want to touch upon is professionalization. It is clear in the last 10, 20 years, we've become more professional on doing what we do. And that brings challenges, true. But if I speak on a perspective of NSF, that also, it means that we've become more technical and more specialized. Or some say that we've lost a little bit this risk appetite of just getting into places without really asking. But I also say and consider that one of the things in which we've improved a lot is on duty of care towards our staff and our population. So really making sure that people have informed consents and that they know exactly what they're getting to and trying to protect them as much as possible. We're no longer the 20 doctors and nurses that would get into a country crossing with donkeys and try to implement and then maybe get expelled. MSF and any other organization no longer gets expelled of a place because we're not 20 expats there. We've never been, actually. MSF is now made of 95% of locally recruited staff. So if those expats or that organization gets expelled, the result is that those people remain there, and also, of course, the populations, at the expense sometimes of non-state armed groups and governments that want to target them. So MSF cannot maybe protect them as we could if we would remain in country. So it's a different dilemma. I think it's a different dimension, but I think it's good news that we're considering this. And the reason is because we're trying to take care more and more of our people. I'm going to leave it in here. I think we're going to have time for more. but I prefer that we take the time for questions or discussion. And thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roger, for sticking to the time as well. So I think that having concluded our round of presentation, I hope that there will be questions, doubts, issues that you would like to raise, remarks. Our panelists are here, and I know how frustrating it is to be forced to compress one's thoughts and ideas in less than 10 minutes. I'm sure that you would all have a lot more to say, so please give them the chance to interact with you. Who dares challenging the fatigue of Friday evening, 6 p.m.? One hand raised over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's very complex discussion. And I always remember every assignment location where we lost many of our humanitarian colleagues, right, of taking risks. I think the discussion of risk appetite between national NGO, between international NGO and UN need to be discussed more further. There's a lot of, for example, international as a partner of UN to be pushed after, attack, and the UN itself, UNDSS say you cannot go, but yes for international. So I think that is a big dilemma in our humanitarian action, while the humanitarian space is shrinking, and that is very, very difficult for us. So this kind of thing, I think, I have no question, but actually I want to understand, especially on the NGO forum, how you discuss this in the fora, especially with the UN. And we all know, if you speak in the humanitarian access group, everyone has a different response, because they have different appetite. And for me, I really agree for MSF that duty of care is very important. Yeah, we always having this challenge, especially you go for assignment, you have to sign proof of life document. That's something that you don't want that, but you know exactly that's the risk. And the organization also need to pay attention on this duty of care. So I don't know your experience, one of the panel, how you deal with this kind of different appetite, especially between different fora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suggest that we collect a few more questions. There's one here.
Hi, Smriti Patel from Global Mentoring Initiative. I think two things. One is on the risk appetite and the whole discussion around risk. In our bargaining process, in the facilitation group, the risk-sharing framework has been introduced specifically to see how we can look at risk overall. So it's not one or the other, right? Throughout the stakeholders, how can we make sure that we identify all the risk and then look at how we manage those risks, and not to transfer it, because it's about risk sharing and not risk transfer. I think the second part is about duty of care. It's great that, MSF and many international organizations talk about this. Local actors, we don't fund any of this as duty of care for local actors as well. So how do we make sure that we are taking care of the whole chain, right? And I was a bit alarmed in the last session when we were talking, and we were saying, well, when there's no access, then we work with local organizations. What does that say? What kind of message does that send? It's message of distrust, right? It means we don't trust to work with them, and we only trust to work with them when we don't have access, right? That means they're not your real partners, there is a capacity already there. And how do we work with them? Because it's a collective responsibility. So these two are things that I just wanted to put on the table. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I saw that there was a third hand raised over there. Over there.
Hi, this is Evelyn from INTERSOS, Libya and Tunisia. First comment on what Bruno said on not just looking on geography, but also looking to the people that we want to reach or that we are supposed to work with. A very good comment. I would also even add also who are the people in charge there, who are the actors that we are interchanging with, just to add that on. Secondly, I didn't hear anything when we are negotiating and engaging for access. There is an important element of language. We are all from the West or from the North or whatever you want to call it. Quite often our expats do not sufficiently speak the language, so always everything happens through others, where we're putting our national staff in the front, and actually our national staff in the end become put at risk because they're the front line in the engagement for negotiation of access. So yes, we have duty of care, but do we sufficiently consider that? Then I also want to reflect back on the point of before we were discussing on localization, but we didn't mention at one moment local authorities. You cannot just depart from the premises that in the end localization can only be with civil society organizations, but in some countries it's also simply engaging with the authorities, whether it's a Ministry of Health, a Ministry of Education and so on, because they are there and in the end they ensure our access. Of course then there are other elements to be considered, but I think it's important that we mention them also when we're talking about localization, securing also access. Yeah, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And if you can recall of the questions, there are, how many questions?
Sorry. I remember one important point. It was my first point, excuse me.
Of course.
The first point I wanted to raise was the issue that again nobody talked about, the role of donors and member states in negotiating for humanitarian access. We have some pretty good examples globally, often not known well enough, where donors have worked together with partners, INGOs, humanitarian agencies, where they advocated for better, maybe not perfect, humanitarian access. For example, in Yemen, we had BHA, ECHO, who supported very much negotiation for a timeline on negotiation of sub-agreements. That would have never been possible to do that without the pressure and the consolidated efforts of donors. So I think it's important to bring in the equation of discussion on access, also the role of donors and member states. It's not just about giving money, but it's also about making sure that in the end they're part of pushing for, if they have leverage, of course. Thank you. Sorry again for bringing the last point.
Thank you. And then there is one question at the very opposite of the room, over there.
Thank you. Again, Salvatore from WFP on access. Actually, to build on the question, on the comment on donors, I mean, it's more of a question from my side on what do you think donors' role can be on humanitarian access, both on what some people call humanitarian diplomacy, considering that in many contexts where we intervene today, it might actually be counterproductive. It might confirm with local national authorities that we're nothing else than an agent of Western imperialism, as it was described this morning. So what can they do considering the evolving global geopolitical context, but also then at a programmatic level? I mean, we have seen many times humanitarian organization taking shortcuts when it comes to negotiating access and taking particularly disregarding some humanitarian principles to deliver, to achieve numbers, often under the pressure also of the donor. So what do you think also, to summarize my question, what can be the role on the humanitarian diplomacy side, but also on the programmatic side, to enable humanitarian access for field organizations? Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there are other burning questions, which would be very welcome, of course, Otherwise, I suggest that we give back the floor to our panelists. Perhaps I noticed that there were some questions directly targeting Roger and Eileen, so I would suggest that we start with you, and then obviously all the other panelists feel free to pick up some of the questions or remarks or comments that were made in case you wanted to react to those. So perhaps starting then with Roger in reverse order. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to write notes. I'm going to react to some of the questions and comments, and then if I forget something, please let me know. I completely agree with absolutely every comment. I think also due to speaking quickly and oversimplifying things, I might have given the impression that we're doing super well in terms of duty of care. We're not, neither in MSF nor in the sector. I think we're paying more attention to this. But I think more needs to be done also to make sure that we protect our locally recruited colleagues and also the communities. It is nothing new either. Like in MSF, local communities and locally recruited staff have been our negotiators since almost always for almost absolutely everything, except with very specific moments in which you gotta have international staff to be able to set certain to take certain decisions to protect the staff. The issue here now is that, or at least what we're seeing, is that in some of the negotiations that our international staff was able to have before, we're no longer there. One good example is Myanmar. The military authorities reject 100% to meet international recruited staff. They are only open to be able to have meetings with locally recruited staff, right? And that puts a lot of pressure to them, a lot of risks and so on. I think that brings a lot of dilemmas. But I think again, and coming back to the point of providing support, one of the points of support that our teams request when they're put on that spot is allow me to say no as well. Allow me to feel that if I say I don't want to engage in this negotiation, I'm not going to be fired. I'm not going to be put under pressure because I don't want to or I don't feel like. And I think that is an important point that we can try to improve. From the colleague, I didn't get your name. I'm sorry. From INTERSOS in Libya and on the analysis of communities based on communities and not so much of locations. I can give a couple of examples that I think are relevant. The reality is the concept is very nice. We tried to run a study on this, and the challenge was how granular do you want to become when you're trying to analyze a specific target groups. When we're trying to analyze access by target population or by different groups, we ended up having analysis over Rohingya women in this village, and then it makes it at some point so granular that it's very difficult then to analyze. Having said that, one of the cool things that we discovered, for instance, was that for certain populations, some of the constraints, the highest constraints, were coming from their own communities and from their own families. So it was not security, it was not checkpoints or no. It was the husband saying you're not going to go and access services. So that is another constraint. No? And a last point on analyzing also constraints from the point of view of the population. One of the big things that we got in our study was, for instance, that one of the main constraints for population was money to come get our services, or local transportation to be able to come to our facilities. Something that can be solved if we're able to put money on this. And the last point on diplomacy from the colleague of WFP, I completely agree. We keep still, I feel, banging the doors of the same people that used to support us in terms of donors and countries. And again, self-reflection on MSF. Our office in Washington, it's 10 times or 20 times bigger than our offices in Beijing and Moscow. But I think we need to invest more with those actors to be able sometimes to be seen also as not such a Western organization. And I think there's internal work to do on this. And we're trying, but it's still a challenge. But I think it's a clear reflection, and we need to be honest about it. We're seen as Western. I'm not sure if I'm forgetting anything. Otherwise, I leave the floor for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roger. So, Eileen.
Thank you so much. So over the last couple of years, ICFA have developed a strategic partnership with the Center of Competence on Humanitarian Negotiation to bring together international and national country directors and NGO fora to discuss the dilemmas within their context, particularly at national level, so largely around bureaucratic and administrative impediments, but also at more contextual level. And those conversations are really very insightful and illuminating. Like, I touched on the issue of the sort of suspicion that national NGOs are possibly less principled than international NGOs. The truth of what I've seen is that everybody's making compromises to a greater or lesser extent, and that we're all experiencing challenges and security risks within these hyper-local contexts or at national level. And if we are able to actually open up about the sort of compromising we're making to our principles, then we can have a really good conversation about the problem at hand, the issues at stake, and start coming up with solutions together, develop a targeted negotiation strategy with key interlocutors. And absolutely right, like, we shouldn't be transferring risk to local partners. That's not the purpose of this. It's really about like leveraging the power of the collective, this mixture of resources, expertise, connections across the community to be able to provide more principled and effective aid to people. In terms, so those workshops are ongoing, and we're learning as we go, and we're still refining the methodology. In terms of the role of donors, this is one of the reasons why we had collective positions for speaking to the special envoys, speaking to the donors, and why it had such an impact when somebody said, oh, everything's fine, is we hear back from donors, well, we don't know what we're lobbying for. Like, so you're all giving us different recommendations and you're telling us a different story. And I said, well, we're all experiencing different challenges, but we are experiencing challenges. And they're like, well, what recommendations do you want us to take forward with government? And this is something that we see across many different contexts. So again, that needs to come together on a clear, coherent, practical message. I think, there's a huge amount that donors can do, both at a mediation level on promoting principles, and the Yemen example is an excellent one, but also in terms of the way that they finance NGOs. Like, we're financed on a project basis by most donors, and so whenever our project wraps up, the relationship that we've spent carefully building with all the parties to the conflict disappears. We lose the credibility and acceptance of the within the community. We also lose it with key interlocutors, and they're like, you just come and go. So financing practices, giving space for financing engagement and coordination mechanisms, having enough staff, having a tea drinking budget is absolutely essential in terms of practicalities.
Thank you very much. If Enrico, you would like to contribute with some final remarks? Yes.
Just a thought about the emphasis. Well, there was a recurrent theme that we have to decolonize the system and so on. No? But a parallel point is about the dominance of experts. Not just the dominance of Western institutions, but also the dominance of experts. So basically, a lot of the interaction is, I know what is good for you, so listen to me. And if you don't listen, I will hire an anthropologist who will explain to you what you have to listen. Basically, this is the approach, And trust in the end is gained first listening to the concern of people with respect, and then try to do your best to let's say, address what are the concerns, and why all these surveys show that the behavior of people is different from what you expected according to your expert, let's say, background and so on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alda.
Yes, building on the intervention of Eileen, especially with Eileen, with regard to trust and to the need to spend time with our counterparts and the T budget line, etc. I think that this is super true. But is also linked to what Roger was mentioning about internal constraints. So I would like to mix a little bit because during my last visit to Sana'a, I visited the Ministry of Health of the Houthis, of the Ansar Allah, and a complex conversation, a complex negotiation on some issues. And then at the end, the point was, you don't trust us. So again, I think this is also somehow linked to the reluctance that we always see, still up to date, of some organization in engaging directly with these de facto authorities. At the end, being the Houthis or being the Taliban, they are in that moment the ruling party, the authorities on that areas, on that population. So I understand that organizations have a fear of legitimizing these groups. That comes also from the fact that sometimes they take advantage of the aid that comes through the organizations, or as well, that was mentioned, the criminalization of the aid that comes with these groups being sanctioned by counter-terrorism law in the absence of waivers. But we believe that we need to engage with all parties to the conflict and this is a matter of trust, in order to be able to overcome these challenges, because the context where we operate will become more and more complex. So if we are able to build relations, we definitely will be able much better to reach the population in need.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I see that there might be a very last remark by Roger. Please go ahead in 1 minute.
Less than that, and I would like to fully support the point of Alda. I think engagement with all parties is essential. I also want to bring to the attention on a very last point that sometimes pressures not to engage with certain actors do not come from outside only of the humanitarian system. Sometimes within the humanitarian system, donors, other organizations, we have suffered pressure as MSF when we wanted to engage at the early stages with the Taliban after the retake of Afghanistan, or with Myanmar, with the junta, or with the gangs in Haiti. So I want to stress very, very importantly that to us, what's essential is that engagement needs to be there one way or another, more operational or less, with all parties, in order to make sure that we're able to gain stable, safe, and unhindered access. And that is, I think, a crucial point that as a system we need to acknowledge.
Brilliant. And with that, I have the impression that it was a very insightful conversation, and there would be a lot more to say about this. It's obviously a very thorny issue, but I would like to congratulate our panelists for delivering very strong and thought-provoking messages, and for contributing to having such a dynamic conversation. So I would invite you all to join me in a sincere round of applause for our speakers. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me invite our President, Mamadou Ndiaye, for the closing remarks of this Congress.
Thank you all. First of all, I want to thank you, and I want to share a few concluding remarks on the second INTERSOS Congress organized in Rome. I'm sure you will agree we have had some very inside discussion on the state of the humanitarian work. Allow me to highlight a few issues that we were discussed. Among the topics we have access, we have the politicization of aid, we have accountability, we have localization, and I think we have had a very interesting discussion. And we also mentioned the fund problems, the funding challenges we have, and the risk we may have in being in difficult area. I don't want to take more time with you. I just wanted to say that INTERSOS is organizing the second Congress and will continue to organize the Congress and will contribute to the search of solution in the humanitarian enterprise. As today we have had a lot of constraint, and if I have to come back to one point that Antonio raised at the beginning of his speech, we are in a historical moment. Historical moment means we need to progress. If not, we will be out of the picture. And INTERSOS is committed to contribute to the solutions and to organize next year such a meeting and participate as an actor of change in the future discussion on how to move forward. I would like to thank first the panelists, the moderators, the participants, and I would like also to thank the universities who participated, especially the students for their contribution, and also think that we need to have the contribution, the regular contribution of the university in terms of helping in research, in terms of helping us to put together some data we have. So again, once more, I will not forget the interpreters who also play a good role in working with us. I hope I don't forget anybody. Of course, the participants also have to be thanked and for the contribution. First, I would like we all to applaud for the closure of the second INTERSOS Congress in Rome. Oh, sorry, I also forget some important people like Cara, Giovanni, and when talking to Costas, I say, if we don't have Cara, we should invent her. Costas, Costas said we will have to clone her, even if it is not allowed. So thank you very much, and have a safe trip back home and enjoy your week.